Good morning, delegates. Good morning and welcome back to the INMO 102nd Annual Delegates Conference. Thank you all for logging in nice and early. We have a quorum, so we will progress with today's agenda. And the first point on the agenda is the emergency motion. And the speakers to this motion are Michael White and Audrey Horan, and we have them in the green room. Yes, so we can have the proposer of this motion.
Can I just come in with standing orders report number 3? Is that okay, Madam President?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Beverly. So let's put that to the vote as well.
Just before you.
Yeah, perfect. That's grand. Thank you. Just before the emergency motion, we'll have standing orders report number 3, and there is a vote on that. So we'll open that vote.
Go ahead, Beverly.
Standing orders report number 3. Good morning, Madam President, Executive Council, General Secretary, delegates and colleagues. I would like to draw your attention to the revised CLAR which delegates will have received by email, as we have an emergency motion in the name of the Executive Council and a large number of industrial motions remaining. Delegates who wish to speak are reminded to be prompt and ready to speak on motions. We will endeavour to deal with all motions prior to lunch break with your cooperation and perseverance. I would also like to remind delegates that this event is being recorded in full. Today's events will be broadcast publicly online via Facebook and YouTube. In practice, that just means to exercise extra caution in terms of muting microphones and being clear and factual in all contributions. That concludes standing orders report number 3. Thank you.
That's great, Beverly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Beverly.
And the vote is open on standing orders report number 3. And this is just important for the progress of the rest of today's agenda. So we'll once this vote has been passed, we can progress on then with the second part of the agenda, which is the emergency motion. And we have 2 speakers to this motion from Executive Council. We'll have Michael White and Audrey Horan, and they are ready and available in the green room. I hope you all had a restful night, and again, if there are any issues during the day like yesterday, just push the comments into the chat box and we can chase up any issues that people are having, be it with sound or connection, or whatever the case may be. Just put it in, because we can take care of it then. And again, with speaking to any of the motions, again, like yesterday, if you wish to speak to any of the motions, make sure you express your interest on the chat, so then that we can bring you then into the green room and have you ready to speak to the motion when it arrives.
So, President, we've just been notified that the Minister for Health has just joined the meeting. Good morning,
That's
Minister.
great. Good morning, Minister. Yeah, welcome to the conference.
Good morning, folks. Thank you very much for having me.
It's great to have you. Thank you very much.
We just have a vote ongoing as you join us, Minister, and we'll then go immediately to the emergency motion. So we'll be looking forward to your address immediately after that.
Emergency motion was on first, then the address.
Very nice background there, Minister. That must be County Wicklow. We didn't expect that you'd have a platform for canvassing or anything like that when you joined us this morning.
That was actually the one I had on for a meeting I had at home last night. Yeah, I didn't realize that was still there. That is Glendalough, though. Well spotted.
Credit for the Glendalough Lakes. Our president is from a very beautiful part of Ireland, the Ilan off the coast of Donegal. So
Lovely.
if she had a chance now, she'd have that as her background.
Absolutely.
That would match Wicklow.
There you go.
Definitely up the stakes.
Sadly, the reality is not quite as
Oh, there you go.
not quite as nice. The Department of Health, not quite as beautiful.
Oh. It's good to have the distraction anyway. So the vote on standing orders report number 3 has closed, so we'll have the result of that now in a couple of seconds. Our speakers are ready to debate, and we will be progressing it in due course. Yep, perfect. So the adoption of standing orders has been passed. Thank you very much, delegates. So we can move on to the next point of the agenda, and I'll ask the speakers to make themselves available. Michael White, we have first.
Good morning, all.
Morning,
Good
Michael.
morning, Michael.
I'm Michael White. I'm on the Executive Council, and I am going to propose this emergency motion. And Audrey Horn will second and speak to the motion. Madam President, General Secretary, fellow executive members and delegates. Emergency motion. Conference condemns the failure on the part of the government and the HSE to respond to or address the INMO claim for 10 days compensatory respite leave INMO members have endured since the commencement of the COVID-19 pandemic. Hazardous working conditions, extraordinary and swift roster changes, cancellation of annual leave, redeployment and reassignment within and across the public health service and to the private nursing home sector, regularly working beyond their shifts and missing breaks, working with the encumbrance of wearing PPE over long hours and the highest level of exposure to COVID-19 in their workplace. Conference calls on government to acknowledge, as other administrations have, the special contribution and extraordinary risks endured on behalf of the community by frontline patient-facing staff. Words are not enough. At the beginning of this global pandemic, Leo Varadkar said, "Never will so much be asked of so few." This is still the case. We, the few, are still doing so much to ensure those in our care remain happy and healthy, while we put up with our cancelled leave, heightened risk of infection, which will lead to burnout and fatigue across our staff teams. While the third wave was the worst, if the fourth wave comes, we will still work extra hours in uncomfortable PPE, and in return, all we will get is empty rhetoric, meaningless words, and applause. Applause won't rejuvenate a weary workforce like respite leave. Now it is time for the government and the HSE to listen to the few and grant this leave. To quote Leo once more, let it be said when things were at their worst, we were at our best. Now I ask government and the HSE, we are all in this together, aren't we? Please support this motion. Thank you, Madam President and General Secretary.
Very much, Michael.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Michael. Hello, friends. Hello, Minister. I am Audrey Horn of the Limerick branch. I'm an Executive Council member. It is my honour and my privilege to speak on this emergency motion. This motion calls on Conference to condemn the failure on the part of HSE to respond to or address the INMO claim for compensatory respite leave in recognition of the hazardous conditions under which we, nurses and midwives, have worked since the commencement of the COVID-19 pandemic. Nurses and midwives, along with other frontline staff involved in direct patient care, are required to work in the most hazardous, stressful environment imaginable since March 2020. We regularly work beyond the end of shift. we are unable to avail of all legitimate breaks. Additionally, many staff have had to work excessive hours wearing personal protective equipment for extended periods. Many lives have been lost to the disease, and the emotional pressure as a result is exceptional, even in terms of health service norms. The stress and fear of bringing the disease home to relatives is an additional burden, and in many cases, the pressure of balancing childcare or other caring responsibilities in a situation where normal state supports have ceased are significant and in some places irreconcilable. These unprecedented working conditions have added to the impact of COVID-19 on those of us working in frontline health services. The response and support from the government and our employer is vain praise and a deafening silence. Almost 30,000 healthcare workers have contracted the disease, and long COVID is now a reality for up to 10% of these colleagues. Fatigue from long hours in PPE, emotional strain, anxiety will lead to high levels of burnout and will have potentially career-ending consequences. The 10 days respite leave claimed by INMO on November the 20th will pale into insignificance against the long-term costs of a failure by health employers to recognize fatigue and burnout. Employers must live up to their responsibilities to mitigate the risks of burnout, and failure to do so will damage the workforce to whom we owe a duty of care. Delegates, I urge you to call on government and HSE and all health employers to accept their responsibility and protect nurses and midwives in the front line by conceding the 10 days claimed for carrying the highest levels of risk in their workplace. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Audrey.
Welcome.
Well said, Michael and Audrey.
Well done. We have a speaker to the motion. Can we have Denise Hartigan, please?
Can you see me?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
we can indeed.
Good morning, Madam President, General Secretary and colleagues. While I recognise the sentiment of the motion and for extra leave, I'm just wondering about the reality of nurses on the ground who have not been able to actually get the annual leave from last year, and most of us have carried leave forward into this year. I just don't know how this is going to work on the ground. It's just a thought I had, and listening to Tony yesterday, Tony Fitzpatrick, seeing other countries and nurses being remunerated. Again, I support the sentiment of the motion. I just wonder how it will work on the ground in reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Thank you for your contribution. Are there any further speakers to this motion?
I might just, while we wait to see if there's any other speakers, I might just allay your fears, Denise. And as you do working in Connolly Hospital, you know that nurses continuously give more than they're asked for, and nobody ever comes along and says, did you have your annual leave? I think it is significant that the research that the Professional Development Centre of the INMO have recently concluded demonstrates clearly that burnout is a real feature. The fear is, and as Audrey and Michael have set out, the very real consequence of not conceding to this claim and ask is that the absence will occur, but will occur in a manner that will be, in some cases, career-ending. So this is a health and safety measure, just as much as it is a just reward for over and above commitment, which other states have already recognised. We've seen it in the UK, we've seen it across Europe. The point is, where there is a will, there is a way. What we're experiencing right now is no will on behalf of government. We'll find the way, and all of you will find the way, as you always do, to make the health system work, even with the pandemic, the COVID pathways, the non-COVID pathways, and now a third stream of work, which is immunisation. We'll do it, we're up for it. So what we're looking for is a very clear understanding from government that they'll work with us to ensure it happens. I hope that answers your concern, Denise.
Thanks, Phil. I look forward to seeing it being enforced.
Oh, thank you very much, Denise, for your contribution. And there are no further speakers to this motion. Oh, perfect. So the next speaker to this motion is Sean.
Good morning, folks, and welcome to sunny Galway. Can you hear me? Yeah, good. Look, as far back as when this started, it was recognised that when this pandemic is over, it's primarily rest and recuperation that's going to pull the workforce back, and the additional days will be crucial in those times. So I accept that there is annual leave carried over, and it's in some cases it's hard to achieve, but those 10 days is a facility whereby members can use it in addition to their annual leave. So if times get tough for people later on and they need a break from work, they may have additional days that they can take outside of their normal. And I think that's key for people, and it helps the mindset, because they can plan. They can plan their scheduled annual leave, and that's great. But there are additional days that they may be able to take if times are tough and if fatigue is a factor. So I think it's very important to support this going forward, because burnout and PTSD will be massive over the coming months and years. So I think it's a very strong and supportive position to take for our members going forward.
Catherine,
Thank you.
I come in there, please? This is Eilish here. Can I come in? Eilish, can you take off my, can you take, is my video not on? My video, where's it? Where's my video? Oh yeah. There we go. Thanks very much indeed. That's grand. I'd like to come in there. Thanks. Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning, Madam President, General Secretary and delegates. Yes, I would have to say that, yes, I do support that we should be getting those 10 days. However, and as our previous to Sean said, that look, how can we do it when we're not getting even our annual leave and things like that. However, it just does come back to we haven't enough nurses. So we need to also employ more nurses. And that is very important, so that it will be able to get our the leave that we're entitled to. And again, as Sean said, there will be burnout, and there is burnout. You can see it every single day with people in their faces, they're languishing around, we're whole languishing. We just cannot go on anymore. And definitely, I will ask you to support this motion. But I also say to the Minister, we need to increase our nursing positions in colleges and our undergraduates. So that is also very important in order going forward, that we will have enough nursing force going forward to the Irish Republic. Thank you.
Yeah. Are there any further speakers or requests in the chat for anybody to speak to this motion? Catherine Sheridan. Perfect.
Sorry for the delay, folks, but we have an indication that 2 speakers are waiting to speak to the motion, so we'll just be a minute. Catherine Sheridan and
Moira Wynne.
Moira Wynne.
Sorry, we started debate on this motion at 10:10. We're now at 10:25.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody. I have to say, I do miss people running up to the podium. So this is the virtual version of people running up to the
So we
podium.
can take these 3 speakers and then
we'll finish at these 3 speakers, finish the debate. It's a very important motion, and you know, it's one that is felt by everyone, so it's important to have this healthy debate and for people to have their say at a conference. So if we can get Catherine.
so
Catherine, Anne Noonan and Moira Wynne. I'd say they're frantic at home trying to get the links right, and I can only imagine the pressure they're under. It's so difficult when you're trying to get these things organized. Okay. So voting on this emergency motion is ongoing, so make sure that you are utilising the My Voice link. And again, if people haven't used it in a while, just make sure that you refresh, and there is a link at the bottom bar for people to refresh the My Voice link for voting. So one of our speakers is waiting for a link to be emailed, so we're already there now.
this is the first motion of the day, and as we announced to delegates earlier, the Minister for Health will be addressing conference immediately after this motion, and our President Karen will respond of the day. And as we announced to delegates earlier, the Minister for Health will be addressing conference immediately after this motion, and our President. Thank you. So I know, Beverly, standing orders, you're looking at the clock. Unfortunately, the day isn't in debate time, it's in accessing the platform and the podium. Next year in Sligo, we won't have any of these problems.
Yeah, and I look forward to seeing people running up.
Bill Bulbin in the background.
Yes, we can look forward to that, definitely. It has to happen.
Are we good?
No, how are we doing?
think, yeah, we're going to have to.
We'll have to progress with it, fortunately. Okay, so there's huge difficulties with that. The vote is still open, and I'm going to close it now. I'm really sorry to the speakers that wanted to speak on this motion, and again, it's an extremely important motion, but I think but there is a consensus of how everybody feels about it, and we'll put that to the vote. So we'll close the vote now, and we will invite the Minister to address conference.
Apologies. No, thank you. Can you hear me okay? Great stuff. President, vice presidents, office holders, members of staff of the INMO, members, colleagues, and distinguished guests, I'd like to thank the President for inviting me to speak at the annual Delegate Conference. It's just 7 months since I spoke at your special Delegate Conference, and since there, the health service has continued to transform, as you all know very, very well, as it meets the ongoing challenges that we're faced with because of COVID-19. The post-Christmas COVID-19 surge again put the health service and all of you as some of our frontline workers under constant pressure and strain, as has been testified with some of the contributions we've just had on the motion. But again, everybody stepped up to ensure that the people who were affected by this awful virus continued at all times to get the care they needed, the professional care they needed, the compassion they needed during these unprecedented times. The plans drafted by my department of the HSE last year to help meet the impact of COVID-19 have been an essential part of meeting the challenges. Through the plans, we secured a considerable funding for the HSE to recruit a lot of additional staff. In the 12 months to March of this year, about 8,000 more staff have been added to the public health service, and it includes more than 2,000 additional nurses and midwives, which is very, very welcome. The additional nurses and midwives have provided the additional capacity needed, the additional assistance needed to all of you and to your colleagues in meeting the challenges posed earlier in the year, and obviously will continue to help the country as we enter what we all hope is the final phase of this dreadful pandemic, that we're now on a permanent path out of it. Today, the largest vaccination program in the history of the state is well underway, and considerable progress has been made. And I think it's really important to take this opportunity to thank nurses and to thank midwives right across the country for coordinating, administering, playing a really important role in the vaccine program. It's been absolutely incredible. I think, as we're all aware, there's been a lot of twists and turns on the journey with COVID, and undoubtedly there will be more ahead as we continue on our path to end the awful destruction that the pandemic and this virus has wreaked across our society. Nonetheless, the commitment demonstrated by nurses and midwives is really very reassuring. Reassuring me, reassuring the wider community that the professionalism and the duty of care will help us get to the end of that journey. And for this, I and the entire country are deeply, deeply grateful. Your efforts have limited infections. Your efforts have saved a lot of lives and provided comfort and high quality, consistently high quality care to those who have suffered, including, unfortunately, some of your own colleagues. And I'd like to pause for a moment to remember their bravery, remember their dedication, to think of their families, friends, and colleagues at this difficult time. I've listened very closely to the emergency motion and to the contributions from the floor, and Phil and I have discussed this on several occasions, and I'm very conscious of the need to demonstrate the gratitude of the department, the gratitude of government, and the gratitude of the entire country to all of those who've worked on the front lines of healthcare during the pandemic. After what's been a very long 15 months, the pandemic is still ongoing, particularly as we're all so acutely aware from an international context. But I'm hopeful that the darkest days here in Ireland have now passed. I'm hopeful that within a few months, our vaccine program and the rollout of the vaccine program, in addition to the other public health measures, is going to bring us to a place where we can look back at the pandemic, take stock of frontline workers, huge contributions, and put in place appropriate measures to recognize these efforts. I think it's going to be very, very important to do. While this recognition will come, in the meantime, my department and the HSE have focused on what other measures can be provided to support nurses and midwives and other healthcare workers at this time. I'm grateful for the work the HSE's Workplace Health and Wellbeing Unit has done in providing an enhanced range of expertise and advice and supports to healthcare staff and managers during COVID-19. The INMO has played a really significant role in advocating for these supports, including enhanced and specialised occupational health advice and guidance in COVID-19. Just one example of the support is the Healthcare Worker COVID-19 Helpline, which continues to provide advice and support to healthcare workers right across the broader health family. The helpline has provided occupational support at this point to about 30,000 healthcare workers since March of last year, and the Employee Assistance Programme has also been enhanced. With regard to specific longer-term COVID-19 supports, the HSE's Workplace Health and Wellbeing Unit are implementing a strategy for rehabilitation services, including healthcare workers with post-COVID-19 syndrome. The strategy will support employees in their return to work during this period of rehabilitation, including a phased return to work, while being supported by occupational health services, which is obviously very important. Our health service benefits from a graduate trained workforce, and one we're all immensely proud of. The need to maintain the educational progress of the students remains a top government priority. And at this difficult time, our nurses and midwives really have overcome what are unprecedented challenges that COVID-19 has posed to the continuation of their studies. And I'm conscious of the challenges posed to nursing and midwifery education, which became more evident, obviously, during COVID. I instructed that 2 specific reviews of student placements be carried out. Since I last spoke at the conference, a short-term review by Professor Tom Collins was completed, and his report made a number of recommendations. This included a €100 a week pandemic placement grant be paid to nursing and midwifery students on supernumerary placement. I accepted all of the recommendations and also decided that the placement grant be backdated to September of last year. My department has instructed the HSE to process the payment, and I have confirmation that payments will begin from next week. Really importantly, the HSE said they'll be able to complete these payments by the 1st of June. Secondly, I've directed that a longer-term review of supports in place for nursing and midwifery student placements be carried out. This is going to include an examination of the levels of pay for the final year internship and travel and accommodation allowances for supernumerary clinical placements. The review is being conducted by Mr. Sean McHugh. I'm delighted to confirm the review has recently commenced, and I'm really looking forward to receiving and examining the report and recommendations by the 30th of June, which is in time for the next academic year, and then discussing that in great detail with the INMO. In terms of undergraduate places, delegates will be aware that the number of undergraduate places for nurses and midwives has increased in recent years. The policy decision to invest in our domestic supply and education of nurses is very much in line with the WHO's first State of the World's Nursing report from last year. It's also helped by the continued demand for nursing and midwifery undergraduate places. I've no doubt that this is due to the excellent reputation that is held at both the nursing and midwifery professions. Of course, providing our student nurses and midwives education is most worthwhile when we can retain them in the health service after their graduation. We want as many as possible to stay here in Ireland and work in our public health system. And I was very pleased that we were in a position to offer contracts to all nursing and midwifery graduates last year. I'm happy to confirm today that all of this year's graduates will be offered permanent contracts in our public health system. I'd like to take a moment to pay tribute to your leadership team for their regular participation in the HSE COVID-19 National IR Forum. The forum continues to deal with matters of concern for both management and unions, and it has helped devise solutions to identify difficulties relating to the pandemic. It's been a very, very useful and constructive forum, and I'd like to really thank you for your cooperation and assistance in the development of solutions with fellow unions and management throughout this crisis. I think it's fair to say the past 15 months has not been easy, but the cooperation resulted in agreements on redeployment, as well as elaborating on and refining measures put in place to protect staff, which has been so important. It also acted as a valuable tool to address the many, many challenges the pandemic has posed to the health workforce. Now, the forum remains in place today, and it demonstrates the importance of having regular engagement to remove in a timely way potential obstacles, the sort of obstacles that might prevent the effective delivery of healthcare at a time of crisis. My view is that this could act as a model for future management union engagement on matters of mutual operational concern, and it will ultimately be of benefit to the running of our health service. So because of this, I've instructed officials to engage with the HSE on examining how this forum could be used as a template for engagement in healthcare trade unions in the future. I'm going to turn now to the expert review group and future management structures. Nurses and midwives have taken the lead in many senior management positions throughout our health service and are key decision makers right across the board. The expert review on nursing and midwifery was established as an outcome of the nursing agreement in 2019, and it's charged with examining the impact on management grades and the implications of implementing the enhanced nurse midwife contract. Part of this work is to review the scope, the role, the structures, and the responsibilities of nurses and midwives, always with a view to improving the quality and efficiency of service delivery as we move to provide more and more integrated care. The review is progressing, and I'm really looking forward to examining the findings and recommendations of the expert review body when it delivers its report, and then discussing them in a lot of detail with the INMO. Another outcome of the 2019 agreement was a commitment to increase the number of advanced practitioners to 2% of the nursing and midwifery workforce. Having recently received the evaluation report from the implementation of the advanced practice policy, we now have evidence that demonstrates the clear, positive patient and health service impact that the roles make, including a reduction in waiting lists and admission avoidance. Our nursing and midwifery workforce has grown over the past 3 years to almost 41,000, and this in turn increases the number of nurse practitioners we want to 800 to make sure we keep this 2% critical mass policy target. I'm aware through my work with the chief nurse that there's a requirement for more advanced practice posts in the community. We need to further develop career pathways for nurses and midwives to build this vital community workforce. On the safe staffing framework, which I think is a hugely important policy that we need to see accelerated, national implementation of phase 1 continues. Now, I am aware that the rollout has not been as fast as the INMO wants, as nurses and midwives, nor as I want. But despite some delays resulting from the pandemic, the contract for the IT system, which we need for implementation, that was signed off last year. Training for the system continues in the hospital. And this year I've allocated an additional 10 million euro to recruit another 177 full-time equivalent staff. We want to keep the pressure on to roll this out, the safe staffing model, to roll it out as widely as possible and as quickly as possible right across the system. The experience and lessons learned from the past 15 months, the stresses, the strains, the innovations, the heartache, the breakthroughs, and indeed the successes are all going to help inform how we deliver healthcare into the future. And aside from the lessons learned on preparation and response to pandemics, the past 15 months have demonstrated how our health service can mobilize at very short notice to manage what really it was an unimaginable crisis. One of the big lessons identified from the pandemic is the importance of flexibility in managing an emerging crisis like this. The flexibility demonstrated by nurses and midwives and your colleagues throughout this crisis, in my mind, has contributed to a huge extent to mitigating the worst effects of this pandemic for the people of Ireland. With a view to benefiting from the lessons, I'm currently evaluating options for carrying out a lessons learned exercise. I am, of course, mindful of the fact that throughout the crisis, many lessons have been learned at breakneck speed and have already been adopted by the health service. Nonetheless, I believe this exercise can provide us with valuable insights into how healthcare can and should be delivered in the future. And I will ensure, and my department will ensure, that as part of this evaluation, your input is sought and your input is incorporated. Last October, I spoke of the enormous impact COVID-19 has had on our daily lives. I and the country continue to be indebted to the continuous and dedicated care that you have all provided right throughout this crisis. It's fitting that the conference is planned between the International Day of the Midwife this week and the International Day of the Nurse next week. As you reflect on your contribution today, you should be, as I'm sure you will, justifiably immensely proud of the difference that you've made and the difference you continue to make, and the huge appreciation we all have for you and for your professions. If you'll allow me, I'd like to finish by referencing the current situation in India, which is heartbreaking. I recognize, along with all of you, that our colleagues, especially those from India, who are a vital part of our own nursing and midwifery workforce, that they're watching their country struggle, they're thinking of their families, they're thinking of their friends. I want to say that I and the Irish government will continue to do whatever we can to support India at this very difficult time. Garamila Magwith.
Thank you, Minister. And I think just before we invite our President to respond on behalf of delegates, we join in the sentiment in respect of our colleagues from India. Indeed, we had an issue and a debate on our announcement on this yesterday. Minister, Ms. Karen McGowan, President of the INMO, will now respond on behalf of the delegates who are, as we speak, very active on the chat in respect of your comments and matters raised in your speech. So on their behalf, on behalf of the 42,000 members of the Irish Nurses and Midwives Organisation, I give you the President, Ms. Karen McGowan.
Thank you, General Secretary. Thank you, Minister, for joining us and for your remarks. But before I respond, I want to quickly thank my predecessor as President, Martina Harkin-Kelly, who showed incredible dedication to this union over the past years. I also want to thank the members of both the current and previous Executive Council, who have put a great deal of their scarce time into ensuring that this union is rightly governed democratically by its members. And above all else, I want to thank all our members across the country who not only kept the flame lit for trade unionism, but have demonstrated the very best of our professions. We have all been seriously tested this past year, and it is safe to say that nurses and midwives have not been found wanting. The sacrifices by individuals, nurses and midwives have been great, and we will hear it in the upcoming panel on long COVID. But we have not been standing alone as individuals. We have been joined together through this union, standing up for what we need to deliver care safely. We successfully stood together when we campaigned for universal face masks, for example. We were repeatedly told that we did not need them. Indeed, some members were even threatened with disciplinary action for daring to wear face masks. Eventually, our collective calls as union members were heard by the government and universal face masks were rolled out. Infection rates among healthcare workers dropped immediately. Later, we had to fight to ensure that healthcare workers were given top priority for the vaccine, again, saving lives. We have intervened to secure PPE where needed, to stop dangerous practices where they occurred, and to ensure that the rights of nurses and midwives are not disregarded as mere inconvenience in a crisis. I am immensely proud of the work of this union, its officers, members and staff have done to push for safety and decency at work. The INMO's long used phrase, no pressure, no progress, has never been more relevant. But even as vaccination eases the risk on the front line, there is much more to do. As I said, we are sincerely grateful for the Minister taking the time to not only come and speak, but to listen and work with us to keep the good lessons in healthcare delivery we learned during this pandemic. And Minister, most particularly, we saw nurses and midwives taking a central role in organising, managing, delivering significant change safely at such short notice. Disappointingly, they didn't have a seat at the senior decision-making tables, and this must be corrected, Minister. This isn't the first time we have raised this issue. We acknowledge that, albeit late in the game, that you have recently appointed the chief nurse to NEFIT, a year after the pandemic began. We will continue with our campaign to replicate that, but Minister, senior clinical voice of nurses and midwives should be an automatic part of decision-making. A trade union should not continually have to raise this issue. I want to set out 5 key things that nurses and midwives need. First, we need recognition for the first risks and extra work we have undertaken this year. Nurses and midwives had the highest COVID infection rate of any healthcare workers. We understand and saw daily the consequences of infection, yet our members still came to work. We are deeply appreciative of the Minister's kind words of praise, echoing those of the Taoiseach yesterday. But to be clear, when I say we are seeking recognition, we are not looking for a pat on the back or a kind word. We are seeking tangible compensation for the burden that we have been asked to bear. Since November, we have sought 10 days of special compensatory leave for our members and other healthcare workers. This leave is not only morally just given the past year, it is also practically necessary. Leave will give us the time to recuperate, rest, ready ourselves to work in the post-COVID world. The alternative, I fear, is burnout, resignation and depletion of the nursing and midwifery workforces. We first raised this issue with our employer in November, but we have been forced to refer this matter as a dispute to the Workplace Relations Commission, as we have not received a response to this claim. This is a matter of importance. It is a matter of requiring a response, as any claim would within the set of this time frame. Minister, the constant delay on many aspects of our work and lives, delayed implementation of strike settlement, delayed response to student nurse issues, and this delayed doing the right thing is not acceptable to our members. We did not delay in giving 150% to ensure our public health service could deal with the demands of this pandemic. Minister, this matter is a major priority for our members, and our members deserve appropriate action. Second, we need to seek care and certainty for those experiencing long COVID. Our members who have paid the difficult price for their work on the front line. Minister, this cannot be career ending for our nurses and midwives. We must act fast and have access to appropriate COVID clinics to enable and support rehabilitation back to work. This is an occupational injury and must be treated as such. The HSE have long promised of specific clinical pathways. Why are we still waiting? And most importantly, from a union view, our members need to be certain that their livelihoods are protected when they have had this occupational injury. This provision of protection must apply to all employers, Minister, including those operating in the private sector. As Minister of Health, we expect you to champion this just call. In the panel discussion in a few minutes, we will hear from nurses who have been rushed back into work or asked to use up their annual leave to return to work. This is entirely wrong. Minister, we have engaged in a long battle and in respect of rights of student nurses and midwives. The manner in which they have been treated will, I fear, have long-lasting negative effects. We need to value the coming generation of midwives and nurses. Commitments you made in December were only actioned last evening. It is only right that the students who have given so much during this exceptional year are compensated for their work and the risk that they have taken. But we know that this is an issue which stretches beyond the events of 2020 and 2021. The long-term review into students and interns, which your department has commissioned, must clearly improve their situation, particularly on pay. We know that this is not only right, but necessary to convince our highly in-demand graduates that the Irish Health Service values them. It is a good place to build a career. Without fear, I fear we will see more of Ireland's nursing and midwifery graduates look overseas. Next, Minister, we need to end the horrendous working conditions we have seen exposed in the private nursing home sector. Many employers do right by their staff in this sector, but it is clear that many also do not. The privatised model of care for profit does not work well for patients, staff, or the state. The flaws of this model were very clear before the pandemic, but were further exposed by the tragic loss of life in the area and the need for the state to step in. I want in particular to pay tribute to the many migrant nurses working in this area who have often faced legal uncertainty and exploitive conditions. Their contribution to the Irish population during this difficult time is commended by this organisation. Finally, Minister, what we need from you is for agreements to be implemented promptly. You could fill libraries with the reports and promises that have been made to nursing and midwifery over the years. We need to act on the Build a Momentum agreement, reducing hours for members and bringing up nurse and midwife managers to the proper pay levels following the strike. The safe staffing framework, which could make real inroads to many of our health service problems, needs rollout and dedicated funding as secured as part of the strike settlement. The long-awaited maternity strategy, which I am glad to see you allocated additional funding to, now needs follow-up action to deliver truly women-centred care, including meaningful delivery of choice. The fact that a country of our size has only 2 midwifery-led units demands action. And while a crisis like this pandemic seems like a difficult time for major reform, it also presents an opening to do exactly that. The Sláinte Care reform has support across parties. You are right to include them in your manifesto and programme for government. And if you work to bring about the Sláinte Care model, you will have an ally of 40,000 strong INMO. As we discussed in a motion yesterday, Ireland has to support the public service model of care and end the private for-profit approach. As the pandemic eases, we need to see this as an opportunity for major reform and Sláinte implementation. Minister, in closing, I want to simply say that our professions are always there, sleeves rolled up, loyal to our patients. We will not be found wanting in our dedication, commitment, or skill. This goodwill cannot and must not be taken for granted. We need you and your government to act quicker in supporting us in doing so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President and delegates. I know from the chat that many of the sentiment and the words that Karen, on your behalf as your President, has responded to the Minister with reflect what you want to say. And I think, Minister, it's fair that you hear directly from those, as you described, who have mitigated the worst of this pandemic for the people who live in this country. And where I come from, Minister, and where the President comes from, coincidentally, are 2 different ends of the country. We share a common language. Our first language is Irish. And there's a great phrase in Irish, which is, "Fan couple agus geod fair," translated as, "Wait horse and you'll get grass." Well, all of the horses, unfortunately, have expired in both parts of that country. And I think the sentiment of, we hear you, we know you require compensation and you will get it, is simply not good enough for our members. We expected today, and we are disappointed, that the Minister for Health, in sincerely, and I think it is sincere, your sentiment of gratitude, but that was not practically applicable. So, Minister, I think you have to take back to your cabinet colleagues, you have to take back to government the fact that goodwill, as the President has outlined, cannot and must not be taken for granted. It is a feature of this union. It is a long-held feature of this union that we cooperate, we work with procedure. It is our experience, unfortunately, as set out by the President, that when we reach agreements, the delay in implementation takes actually a level beyond that which is acceptable in normal industrial relations practices. And as Minister for Health, you must ensure that when agreements are reached, they're implemented promptly. And that is something that is within your gift. And it is something that you must insist happens at each junction. We heard what you said during your speech in respect of reviewing the outcomes of reviews. Minister, that's a very hollow sound to the people we represent, because when they're asked, as the President set out, to roll up their sleeves and get on with it, that's exactly what they do. And that's what we expect from your department, from the HSE, and from government in respect of the response that has been requested of you from this conference. Minister, finally, Karen has acknowledged, and we welcome, the appointment of the Chief Nurse to NPHET, albeit a year after the pandemic was declared on the 11th of March. It is unfortunate that the senior decision-making bodies in the HSE do not include the nursing voice or the midwifery voice. Nurses and midwives as clinicians have a lot to say in respect of patient care and how our health services are organised. And as you rightly said, they were to the forefront of ensuring that that happened in a manner that absolutely meant that our population was well served. Therefore, they should be part of every senior decision-making body, both within the HSE and the Department of Health. And as Minister for Health, we think that you must insist upon that. So, Minister, thank you for joining us. We hope you will wait for the next debate, which is an experience of and a panel discussion directly relating to long COVID. Long COVID is becoming, unfortunately, a very real and significant issue amongst our membership. We note that the Chief Clinical Officer last evening confirmed that it's now 10% of all those who are infected. That's very high numbers in our ranks because we had the highest infection rate. So these people have very real worries about their future. And as the President set out, this cannot be a career-ending event for nurses and midwives. So the clinical pathways that were promised must be actioned and delivered fastly, promptly. And you know, the idea that we're still waiting for clinical pathways specifically to deal with nurses and midwives who have experienced long COVID is simply not good enough. So, Minister, we're asking you to action. We're asking you to work with us, and we're saying to you that these matters can't wait. The health service cannot reopen with COVID, non-COVID services, and also deliver an immunisation scheme that you rightly say is largely led and delivered by nurses with a workforce that is currently on its knees. And we hope that you listen and work with us to implement promptly these matters.
The delegates on the emergency motion, and I'm very glad to say that that motion was unanimously accepted by the conference. So again, delegates, thank you very much for your vote on that emergency motion. So we are at 11:05. I might just check in with standing orders.
We're going to the panel discussion
straight away. Perfect. That's grand. So we'll progress now with the panel discussion. If we can have all panelists available in the green room. Perfect. Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Hi, my name is Dr. Eddie Murphy, and I've been a registered general nurse in the past and very passionate about the whole area of nursing. Today we're talking about long COVID, and we've got 4 incredible INMO members here who are going to talk about their experiences of long COVID, and I really want to hear from each of our members. So I'm going to talk to Caroline first, and maybe Caroline, you could just tell us a little bit about your experience around this area.
Well, I am a CNM2 in the acute hospital setting, and back over a year ago now, in April of 2020, I became I got caught by COVID. I was positive. I was quite ill at the time, but I didn't require hospitalization. Had all the usual symptoms. I just didn't lose my sense of smell, but I had shortness of breath, cough, high temperatures, aches and pains, and was quite sick for a number of weeks at home. When I became well, I went back to work, but I still had some symptoms, and I suppose in hindsight, that's now absolutely not what people should do. I went back to work and was encouraged to try and get back to my normal level of activity, which is I walk or run 5 kilometers every day, or I did. And I was encouraged to try and get back to that as quick as I could, you know, and just put COVID behind me.
So you had a marker in your life. You knew through your level of fitness where you were at.
Yeah, and what I wanted to get back to.
And then tell us a little bit about what you would see as the difference between regular COVID, for want of a better word, and long COVID, because this is where you're stuck. And maybe you could just take us into that a bit.
So I suppose initially I just put my residual symptoms down to just normal post-viral fatigue, cough, shortness of breath. But again, once I started trying to exercise, that's when the trouble started. I developed terrible chest pain and tachycardia on minimal exertion, and basically just collapsed and ended up being out sick since. I had to just take time off.
I'm sorry.
And the difference, I suppose, the thing about this is that there's no roadmap as to how fast we'll recover. I'm lucky in that I have a very supportive GP who has, I suppose, from day one has just recognized the fact that this is a very bad virus, that this is something that will have possibly long-term effects. And she started just, I suppose, doing ABC, started ruling out underlying causes. So sent me for full respiratory
and
tests.
Just in terms of like, I can only imagine, but maybe you could tell me the impact on your confidence and your mood and emotions and the absence of knowing of this pathway.
Well, I suppose if somebody had told me a year ago that I was going to still be at the stage of relapsing every so often, I'd get up to a certain point, I'd get back to, I suppose the most recent was I was back to about 90% of my normal self. But a week later, back down to 50% again. So it's that kind of pattern that's very difficult to navigate, because you start to lose hope that you're going to ever get back to your normal.
That's very difficult, and the uncertainty is a huge part. It plays a huge part in this. And if you were to, what is it that you would like to see happening for workers like yourself who've experienced this through your work?
Well, I have to say that from my point of view, I've been lucky with my employers. They've been extremely supportive. And as I say, all the medical teams that I've come across have been extremely important to Rock Health, to my GP, to all the consultants that I've met. If I was to look at what going forward, what's needed is, first of all, recognition that long COVID exists, and that needs to come right from the very top. So the Minister for Health needs to say, yes, this is a problem. We need to catch up. We're way behind in terms of internationally, say the UK and France. They have already started investigating long COVID and what it means and what supports need to be put in place.
Thanks, Caroline. And because of the other panelists, I'm going to move it through, but I understand that you're right. Recognition in the first instance. I'm going to call Matthew in. Matthew works down in Kerry General Hospital there. Matthew, maybe you could tell us a little bit about your experience and what you'd like to see. Thank you very much, Caroline.
Thanks, Caroline. So yeah, I'm CNM2 in the theatre department in Kerry General Hospital, and I got COVID right back at the start. Was out sick, was quite unwell, didn't need hospitalisation or anything, but was then throughout the summer was in and out of work, trying to get back into work, trying to get back into the swing of things. Was out working on the COVID ward quite a lot, but just wasn't myself. Feeling worse and worse as the months went by, really. Checked in with occupational health, trying to get to the bottom of it, and then ended up eventually being put off work on sick leave for a while. The symptoms of long COVID coming in, a lot of...
Just describe them, Matthew. Describe those symptoms for people that maybe just give a sense of that.
Yeah, so I find it it's very strange, because for me, it kind of gradually, I really felt like with the adrenaline of everything, getting back into work, with everything, with the pandemic going on, I rushed back in, and it kind of was gradually creeping up. It was really strange symptoms for me. I was whacked in the evenings, a lot of brain fogginess, tiredness, really couldn't focus. I couldn't remember two things. If I went to the kitchen to get two things, I'd remember one, or I would even forget one and would have no idea what I'd gone for. And then there was some strange symptoms at work as well. Things like eyesight was very strange, stopped being able to read computer screens properly, and it was just getting worse and worse. And kind of some breathing symptoms as well. And gradually my fitness was just going, even though I was trying to get back to running and things like that. Like the year before getting it, I'd ran a marathon, and now can't even break into a run. And it just seemed to get worse and worse to the point I just couldn't cope anymore.
And what's really striking me, even from yourself, Matt, and Caroline's stories, well, here's people who had a sense of fitness, incredible sense of fitness, not necessarily there now. Person who got, both of you both got COVID and went back to work too early, in a way, from what your own admission, that you went back to try and support your colleagues. And I get that, because of the team approach, the nature of that. But maybe if you could tell me, what is it that you'd like to see for colleagues around this whole area? What supports that you think, shout out for those, please?
Yeah, well, from my point of view, it was very difficult at the start, because I went straight back to work, and then the first day back I collapsed, and then I was off for the week, went back again. It was very hard then, because I was seen as coming back from COVID. There was no pathway, there was no map for me, like Caroline mentioned. There was no roadway into occupational health or anything like that. So I was off COVID. I was going off sick on my own leave. And it took an awful battle with the INMO, which I know the hospitals, it was all very new and they're trying to figure out what to do as well. But I had quite a battle just to get recognised that actually I shouldn't be going on to half pay now while I was off sick, because this was COVID related. And then from there, once that got recognised, the hospital were great, they were really good. I was referred to occupational health and respiratory and physio, which has been ongoing and all that kind of thing. But even still now, I'm going back to work in 2 weeks now, which I'm delighted about. I'm going back, but I've had to kind of... I've been liaising with occupational health, but there's been no proper roadmap. I've been the one that's had to make contact.
So it's like an additional stress, is it? The absence of an efficient, responsive human pathway.
Yeah.
A human pathway where it's proactive to support individuals is really what I think.
I personally found that incredibly hard. I've always been fit, healthy, got 2 young kids. My life's been profoundly affected. I don't run around the garden with them much more, because I know I'll be suffering later on. And just to know that is really hard. I mean, what I found was, after being off sick for quite a while, I ended up applying for unpaid leave for 6 months, because I didn't want to be in that position where I was off sick. I wanted to be able to focus on getting better, rather than feel I was dragging on the system. So it's that mental kind of stuff with something like long COVID that you're wondering, is this me? Is it in my head? I can't do what I'm supposed to do, and it's very hard. So it's not just the physical supports of occupational health, but made up that understanding and recognition of long COVID and the mental supports as well.
Well, I think you made some really valid points there. I'm going to go to Eileen O'Keefe. Thank you so much, Matt. And maybe Eileen, you could just give us a sense of where you're at. That would be very, I really appreciate that, trying to explain it.
So I'm a little bit different to Caroline and Matt. I was diagnosed with COVID in January of this year. So I suppose I've kind of passed the point of where I should have recovered by now and haven't. So I'm at the stage where I'm being referred to the long COVID clinic and things like that. I also work in long-term care, and it's been very publicised, obviously, how affected that sector was, the nursing home sector. Again, very similar symptoms to Caroline to start with. Was on the brink of hospitalisation, but thankfully didn't require it. And kind of expected that, look, this is probably going to take me a few more weeks to bounce back because the symptoms had been quite severe when I had it. But it's been a very, I suppose, disabling, not just physically, but mentally, dealing with it. I would be a very proactive kind of person. I would be a very positive person. And I love reading up about everything. I find that really difficult at the moment because I suppose I have the advantage that we know a bit more about long COVID than the lads did at the start of their journey. But it's quite frightening reading it because I'm here today with 3 people that a year down the line still aren't back to their normal abilities pre-COVID. And I suppose the fear is that what's potentially down the line for myself? From a symptom point of view, it's the absolute extreme exhaustion that's completely debilitating. Today is the perfect example. I'm on here meeting with you. That means not having a shower this morning, because if I was to have a shower, I'd have to go back to bed for anything between 2 and 4 hours. So even to do normal day-to-day functions, it has to be literally broken up like that. At the moment, the longest that I can tolerate actually being up is about 5 hours. But when I do that, I pay for it the next day. I have really bad joint pain all over my body, horrendous headaches and migraines, and the brain fog is really challenging. Even things like replying to a text to somebody, at times you won't even do it because that might require 2 or 3 texts, and to even have a conversation or the concentration to do that is very, very difficult. So that's kind of where I'm at the moment.
Thank you. Really, I think for all of you, I think sharing stuff, this is giving us given a broader group an understanding. And can you tell me what you'd like to see done, Eileen, in terms of what support you'd like to see in place, you know, in terms of more research, more practical supports, more understanding? What is it that you would like to see?
I suppose the first thing is just an acknowledgement that it's real, that it's not that you're just still a bit tired, or, you know, because I suppose like any.
Can I ask on that, Eileen, can I ask on that? Sorry to interrupt. Can I ask on that? Because Caroline's brought that up. Do you think there's a lack of acknowledgement for long COVID in the system?
I think there is in general, and there's probably a lot of other conditions that have the same. It's almost like that invisible illness. Like if you see me out tomorrow doing my shopping, I look fine when you see me. The fact that you won't see me for 4 days because I can't get myself up and going to get out of the house and actually physically do that. So when people see me, I'm having a good day. And I can do things for short periods of time. So I can go to the shop for half an hour and come back. But anything more than that, and I'm not able, and I suppose it's
are the
probably
support systems enough, Eileen? Are the support systems enough? I'm talking not necessarily about the clinics, but I'm talking about have the pathways of human resource being minded in a human way. The fact that you went out, that you engaged in care of vulnerable people, and in a way that through work harm came to you. Are you being minded enough in the work in getting back to work, in the pacing, that you're not rushed back in, that you're not worried, like Matt said, about his leave, like it was sick, having to use fight for areas of sick leave and not having that energy to fight? Are you being minded enough, do you think?
I suppose I'm again, like Caroline, it seems to be very specific to different sites. I'm lucky where I work in terms of the support, but I'm very aware of other colleagues in other settings where, as Matthew said, it's almost like once you go back, COVID goes into a drawer, that's done. There needs to be a system in place to support people going back on a gradual basis, but also an acknowledgement that you may go one step forward and you might go a step back again. you know, because if people have to stay out until they're absolutely perfect, this is going to be a much longer process for everybody. Whereas if there was an acknowledgement of, you know, it's not a failed return to work, but maybe the days need to be spaced out more. Maybe they do need annual leave scheduled in. They need that break for a week and then go back again. It's not going to be a definite. It needs to be flexible to the person because it's affected everybody so differently. And
there's some great points. Some great points there. Go ahead, give you make a last point.
Perfect. I think the lead needs to come from the employers, as opposed to the staff, as you said, who are at home, who are unwell, looking for the support. But it needs to come more from the employers.
Incredibly important point there, that a group of individuals who don't have the energy, who are experiencing fatigue, brain fog, all the physical symptoms, don't have the energy to fight for this. It's up to the employer to support their employees. And we're going to Ailish, and Ailish, coming into your, maybe you could give us a sense of your experience. I'd love to hear that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so I was working on a COVID ward when I got COVID last April 2020, because there's an outbreak among staff at the time. Like the others, I wasn't hospitalized either, but I did need to get a pulse oximeter sent out to me because I was breathless without moving. Working on the COVID ward, I had seen how quickly people can get very sick despite their level of fitness or health or age. So it was obviously very worrying. Like I had seen firsthand colleagues go to ICU. So, you know, you're worried as to how sick you're actually going to get with COVID.
Sure. You're scared fundamentally, aren't you?
Yeah. Definitely. So after a few weeks, I just wasn't getting better. My symptoms weren't going away and I got some new symptoms as well. We obviously didn't know about COVID much back at the start of the pandemic. So that was worrying as well. You know, is there something underlying here? I had to change doctors so that I could get more tests done to make sure I had no organ damage. So finally, after 10 months, I had a cardiac MRI that showed I had pericarditis. So like I used to not be on any regular medication. Now I'm on a lot of different medication, inhalers. I used to be able to run 5K like the others, but again, for a while, 10-minute walk was a struggle during long COVID, but now I'm up to 30 minutes and I'm doing cardiac rehab as well. You know, it does take a lot, like the others have said, to accept how your body is now. You know, I'm only 27, I shouldn't be like this, but I started counseling, which definitely helped to learn the acceptance, because as Eileen was just saying, you look fine, people tell you look fine, but you definitely don't feel fine.
Were you offered that counselling? Did you get that through work or did you seek that independently because it wasn't available?
I did get it through work, but I had to seek it out myself.
Okay.
That we all get 6 free counselling sessions a year within the HS.
Okay. So the pathway, I'm trying to understand that the pathway for you is about, there's no identified, like almost like a runway that says, we're going to mind you, we're going to bring you into this runway, these are all the supports that are in place when someone has so little energy. And tell me, what key messages, like when people are looking at this and they look at Ailish, who's a 27-year-old, is a nurse who's now experiencing long COVID, on medication, had to have cardiac MRIs. What key message do you want to give out there?
So like others were saying, we need more long clinics nationally. Unless you're in Dublin and I think Cork, there's no long clinics. So Matt being in Kerry has to either go to Cork or Dublin or just not be seen by anybody. So we need more long clinics. We need data nationally as well as to how many of us have long COVID, particularly healthcare workers. Long COVID affects people so differently individually. So we need the clinic so that you can get the tests early on so that you can see if you have organ damage and then start treatment. At the same time, I spent almost €3,000 in the last year on medical costs, consultants, physiotherapy, medication. Thankfully, I have private health insurance, but obviously not everyone does have that. So a lot of that will be covered by the private health insurance. And as well as that, what the others have said, We need more support from work. You shouldn't be penalised for going back to work. Different healthcare providers throughout my journey have said to me, about using my annual leave to facilitate a phased return. But what happens when that runs out if I'm not fit enough yet to do a 13-hour shift? We need a phased return that doesn't include my annual leave. And as well as that, if I go back to work tomorrow and relapse and I have to go out again, and now I'm on my sick leave, like what Matt was saying, we only have 12 weeks of full pay sick leave over 4 years. After that, it's 12 weeks of half pay, and then you're on no pay. So I'm obviously out a year. And had I gone back early 6 months ago, I'd be on no pay now from work.
Well, I'm not going to apologise for running over, because there's such clear messages from this panel that a pathway of support, critical supports, are needed in a timely fashion, in a nationwide way, for our healthcare workers who went out, who put their hand up and engaged and cared for individuals, and through that work that they have experienced this whole area of long COVID. We need research, up-to-date information. We need specified clinical pathways. We need a pattern of work that doesn't force people back in, that they're supported both financially, emotionally, physically, paced return to work. Thank you all for really your engagement today, and thank you for the IMNO for raising this critically important issue.
Thank you very much, Eddie. That was a fantastic panel discussion, and some harrowing cases there. And long COVID is absolutely horrendous. And we've been going through some figures, and we estimate that the number of members experiencing long COVID are as high as 700. I mean, that's phenomenal to be going, and they're all going through different stages of this long COVID. And it's the hardest part is that it's the not knowing and how you're going to progress, or if you're going to relapse. Such the uncertainty is very real for members, and it's absolutely horrendous. And we are there to support our members, and we have been and will continue to fight for their rights.
And President, if I might add, thank you to Caroline, Matthew, Eileen, and Eilish. And indeed, the chat on the chat function offers all support of all delegates to all four of you, particularly because we know it's difficult to come forward and speak at a public forum about your own health conditions. And we thank you most sincerely for that, because the human story needs to be told in order to reinforce the actual cost and the actual price to nursing and midwifery of battling this pandemic. Please do go on our website, look at the circulars that have issued and the negotiated conditions for those with long COVID. We have specifically negotiated that your sick leave is not to be used in times of absence due to COVID. In the private sector, contact us. We will negotiate on your behalf. And this is an issue that we absolutely stand in solidarity with all of our members who have experienced COVID and who have not recovered. This is simply an issue that we will continue to reinforce the importance of putting the correct clinical pathways in place and that they are available to nurses and midwives and other healthcare workers who suffer from long COVID, as the President set out in her speech to the Minister. So again, Caroline, Matthew, Eileen and Eilish, good health, good speed, and we absolutely wish you, and you have the full solidarity of delegates here in expressing our thanks to you, and also wishing you sincerely a speedy recovery.
So next up is we will continue to debate the motions in relation to long COVID. So the next motion for debate is motion number 3, industrial relations, under the name of the Clonakilty Skibbereen Mallow. And the speakers are Phyllis Mullen-Jones and Colette O'Sullivan. And if there are any further speakers in the chat, make sure that you get yourselves in the chat and make yourselves available to the green room in order to speak upon these motions. And again, we are being very tight for time, so we must ask speakers to keep within the allocated time slot.
Good morning, Madam President, General Secretary, delegates. My name is Phyllis Mullen-Jones of the Mallow branch. I will be speaking to the motion. My colleague Colette O'Sullivan of the Clonakilty branch will be seconding and speaking on the motion. Motion 3. Mallow branch calls on the conference to endorse the pursuit of a specialised scheme for extended sick leave for members who have been known COVID positive and are suffering post-COVID illness. At present, it continues to be unclear of the long-term health into positive diagnosis and giving the increased workplace-related spread of same to healthcare workers. The Mallow branch feels passionately that this increased risk to healthcare workers should be formally recognised by protecting our standard sick leave and increasing this in line with our current increased workplace risk. Nurses and midwives have worked throughout the pandemic in less than with considerable increase in the risk of contracting a place-related illness and with great distress to their families. We have done so with continuous changes to off-duty cancellation of annual leave without financial incentive, and will continue to do so for the foreseeable future. So all we ask right now is that our sick leave entitlements are reviewed as a separate entity to our other public sector workers, just as our physical attendance and work has been. Protection is needed for our colleagues as we have who have stood at the front line in unknown times and consequences, willing to do their best regardless of the sacrifice to themselves and their well-being. Nurses and midwives deserve a specific pathway to be formed for those suffering post-COVID illness and for our future occupational injuries, for future occupational injuries of this nature. The scheme would include prompt medical assessment and aftercare set out in a format given to the nurse and midwife. This would allow for the facilitation of each individual needs to be met on the return to work, whether it be on a phase basis or not, and importantly should include redress for loss of earnings. It is important to facilitate each individual to meet the needs on return to the work, phase based or not. It's in huge importance to gain protection going forward for ourselves and our colleagues going into unknown health implications that we contracted during our working day doing our job. We wish you to support this motion, please, as time is short.
Thank you very much, Phyllis.
Colette O'Sullivan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, Madam President, General Secretary, members of the Executive Council and fellow delegates, and welcome to my kitchen. COVID-19 is still the new kid on the block. Facts and research about it remain ever changing. The Health Protection Surveillance Centre establishes that from week 10 in 2020 to week 16 in 2021, 28,612 healthcare workers tested positive for COVID-19. This equates to 11.6% of all COVID cases. The death of 17 healthcare workers due to COVID-19 was also confirmed. We recognise the contribution made by these workers and acknowledge their loss to friends, family and work colleagues. It is harder to find the numbers of people on sick leave or extended leave due to COVID-19. Post-COVID-19 illness or long COVID has unknown long-term health implications. We call on conference to continue to pursue a specialised scheme for extended sick leave for members suffering from COVID-19. We also request that priority pathways be established for our colleagues who become ill or are incapacitated due to COVID-19. Superheroes may not all wear capes, but they do deserve to have proper health care in their time of need. Please support the motion.
Thank you very much.
Are there any further speakers to this motion? That's grand. Okay, thank you. The vote is open, so I will encourage you all to participate in the vote. And again, don't forget to refresh my voice. We will, while that is ongoing, we'll progress.
Would like to do a thing into the I want to make a comment on that.
So is there somebody that wants to speak to the motion?
No, I think it was just a mic.
Just a microphone that was switched on. Apologies. Okay, so the vote is ongoing on motion number 3, and we'll progress on to motion number 6 from the Dublin Northern Branch. And we have the speakers, Denise Hartigan and George Jeffreys from the branch that will speak to this motion. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can, Denise.
Yes.
Great. Denise Hartigan, Dublin Northern Branch, will be proposing the motion. George Jeffreys will be seconding but not speaking to the motion. Madam President, General Secretary and entrusted colleagues, I'm here today to discuss not the impact that nurses and midwives have had on the pandemic, but the impact that the pandemic has had on nurses and midwives. The mental strain put on all nurses during the pandemic, nurses being asked to inform families that they are unable to see their dying and gravely ill relatives. Understandably, most families were not understanding of these new restrictions, prohibiting them from seeing their relatives. This frustration often being projected onto the nurse, who had to deliver terrible news. This is never what I would have referred to as part of the job. The soul-wrenching task would undoubtedly have caused anyone severe despondency, and those who were delegated to do so are only testament to the fortitude of those within our profession. While it may not have seemed it at the time, these nurses displaying immense courage in enforcing these rules in the most difficult of circumstances at the cost of their own emotional and physical well-being. Nurses have been subject to widespread praise. This praise was more visible at the start of the pandemic, evident in campaigns such as Clap for the NHS initiatives we saw in Britain. But as the volume of these claps dwindled, the work nurses around the world continue to do certainly did not. Case numbers will undoubtedly subside. The mental strain felt by countless nurses around the globe will not. It is therefore paramount that our nurses feel recognised after what has been the hardest period in all of our professional lives. A pat on the back will not suffice for the acts that were nothing short of heroism that we all witnessed. And having been a manager of a COVID ward and seeing all my colleagues working in ICUs, ED departments, and indeed in all clinical areas, our nurses deserve and need to be heard for what they have done for their profession during the last 13 months and going forward. I'm calling on the Minister, Stephen Donnelly, and the government to recognise nurses. And as we see a chink of light in a dark tunnel, I am asking that they do offer help, both for our emotional well-being and to recognise the physical toll it has taken on our nurses. I ask you to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Denise. The vote is open on this motion. Are there any other speakers to this motion? None that I can see.
Hello, it's George. I'd like to speak on the motion.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, go ahead, George.
Apologies, George.
So I'm seconding the motion. Besides the claps and platitudes from our government and the HSE and our hospital management, nurses and midwives, and in fact all staff working in face patients, anyway.
Face-to-face patients.
Yes, feel completely abandoned. Extra leave, I feel, is welcomed, but as has been pointed out, some of us are struggling to get 2020 leave, and some people are still struggling to get 2019 annual leave. I know that some voluntary hospitals gave their staff medals as appreciation, a token of appreciation. Those of us in the HSE have just been left completely undervalued, underappreciated. and still underpaid. Like, we're still waiting for our pay increase for the promotional grades. I kind of horrified when the minister spoke about an increase in 8,000 staff within the health service. Like, where are they? He said something about 2,000 nurses, midwives. All I see is loads and loads of managers, new grades, business managers. I just wonder, where are we going with all of this? We need patients on the floor looking after, we need staff looking after patients. I think nurses are being asked to do more and more nonsensical tick boxing exercises. It's just, it's the whole thing I just find soul destroying. Please support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, George.
Thank you, George.
Thank you for your contribution, and I can see everybody nodding in the audience in agreement. So that vote is open, and I have the results of motion number 3, and the results are in, and the motion has been carried. So the vote on number 6 is ongoing, and we're going to move on to motion number 8 under the name of the Executive Council, and our speakers are Aoife Kelly and Audrey Horan.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam President, General Secretary and delegates. I am Aoife Kelly of the Galway branch and Executive Council member, and I propose this motion. This motion will be seconded by Audrey Horan. COVID-19 has left a major impact on Ireland and the world. It has also had a major impact on healthcare workers, with over 28,500 healthcare workers in Ireland contracting COVID-19. Indeed, all have been affected in many ways and with different levels of severity, and unfortunately, some healthcare workers have paid the ultimate price. COVID-19 affects many organs and systems of the body, including the brain, heart, lungs, circulatory systems, nervous system, and much more. This is massive. There is massive scientific research ongoing at present into COVID-19 treatments, and many nurses have led this research. International journals are publishing on a weekly basis new information and findings with regards to long COVID-19. Long COVID is real and having a profound impact on those who have suffered from COVID-19. During the COVID-19 pandemic in Ireland, healthcare workers accounted for 30% of all COVID-19 infections at various points in time. In January, 5,000 healthcare workers were infected in a 2-week period alone. The research indicates that 10% of those infected with COVID-19 will suffer symptoms of long COVID. This means that thousands of healthcare workers in Ireland have suffered or are suffering with long COVID-19. Some of the symptoms include tiredness or fatigue, difficulty thinking or concentrating, headache, loss of smell or taste, dizziness, palpitations, joint and muscle pain, depression or anxiety. It must be acknowledged that the INMO has secured entitlements for nurses and midwives with COVID-19, ensuring no loss of sick pay payment, allowances and normal premium earnings via a WRC process. However, these nurses and midwives, both in the public and private sector, put the service and patients first, and they now need to be assisted to recover and return to the workplace. This must include expert medical care, supportive rehabilitation back to work, and protection from any loss of income. I urge you to support the motion.
Thank you very much, Aoife. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Aoife.
Thank you, Aoife. Thank you, Aoife. I am Audrey Horan. I sit on the Executive Council, and I am proud to second this motion. We ask that the INMO engage with the Department of Health, HSE, IBEC, and private employers to agree appropriate protections and clinical expert aftercare for these staff. It is time employers cared for the carers. Praise and words are not enough. They must deliver tangible supports to assist these nurses and midwives return to full health and return to their jobs. We ask that you not only support the motion, but also testify to this worker suffering from COVID and living with long COVID. These stories need to be told. We call on the INMO to continue the good work on behalf of nurses and midwives and secure agreements with all employers, public and private, to ensure nurses and midwives are supported medically and suffer no financial loss on their recovery to full health. Please support this important motion. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam President, General Secretary, delegates and friends. My name is Mary Tully from the Cavan branch, public health nurse, and I'm a member of the Executive Council. A total of 28,500 healthcare workers have contracted the disease. Of these, a sizable proportion are nurses, and of course, the vast majority are women. It is estimated that 10% have long COVID. And as we heard earlier from our panelists, long COVID comes at varying levels of severity and duration. Many of our nurses who now suffer from long COVID were allowed into the pandemic war zone without adequate protection or support. They are entitled to comprehensive aftercare, protection of incomes, and rehabilitation back to work without any loss of income. When they come back to work, they may need, in some cases, as we already heard, to take some more time off as they are unwell again. In these cases, they should not be on annual leave or sick leave, but continue on COVID leave until they are fully fit to return to work. A dear, highly valued colleague of mine who contracted long COVID has now been off for 7 months with the various medical issues that we've already heard of. She could not return to work anytime soon as she is unable to drive and she has a journey to drive to work from the effects of long COVID. Her case underlines both the gravity of long COVID and the need for real support. I strongly advise you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Can I come in there and speak, actually, Sandra Morton?
Sandra, go first, yeah.
I put in a question, but it didn't get answered. Sandra Morton, Operating Department Nurses Section. I'm going to say President as opposed to Madam President, because it shouldn't matter if you're a Madam or not. So Madam President, General Secretary, colleagues, I am a long COVID sufferer. I've been sick for 13 months. I am back in work. It's been very tough at times. And I suppose as an early person, I was really delighted that the INMO fought hard to get the masks brought in to protect our healthcare workers, which was a really important thing. And that was very early on the 22nd of April. Just to say, I suppose, haven't been so sick. I mean, it was something we didn't know about and what it was going to mean. And I didn't tell all my family, my parents didn't know, and I wanted to make sure that I suppose I could get in control of this virus. I thought I'd get a flu, and I always think it was we shouldn't have said it was just a flu at the beginning, because people expect you to recover from the flu, and that's our main problem. I still suffer from loss of taste, smell, joint pain, and loads of different bits and pieces. And I've spent thousands attending medical and psychological help just to, get you through it, because I'm not mad and I am sick. And as my consultant said, you have symptoms. I have to commend the occupational health teams in all the hospitals that have worked, because they've done amazing work, and I hope that they have done it for everybody, but I certainly had an amazing team. And just on vaccination, nurses have had to put in their junior cert results for vaccination. It's been one of the greatest travesties of trying to get people vaccinated that nurses have had to prove way back beyond that. You never even needed that for nursing application, but we're a professional body. Why are we accepting that we have this litany of bureaucratic documentation to put in just to vaccinate somebody? And finally, you know, we don't know if people, the current staff who have long COVID, will they be able to successfully get mortgages, etc. There's a lot to be considered. And I think that, so congratulate the INMO on all the work that they have done, but we have to support this motion. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sandra.
Thank you, Sandra. Thank you for your contribution. Fantastic. This vote is open, and I will update you on motion number 6 from the Dublin Northern Branch was unanimously passed in conference. So we'll move on to motion number 9, industrial relations, under the name of the Executive Council. And the vote on motion number 8 is ongoing, so get your votes in. I'll call on the speakers, Mary Tully and Mary Dunn from the Executive Council, to speak to this motion.
Thank you, President. Madam President, General Secretary, delegates and friends. My name is Mary Tully from the Executive Council and Cavan Branch. It is now clear that something is seriously wrong in superannuation departments when HSE and Section 38 employees cannot make contact in a timely manner by phone with the nurse that has the request for pension details, access estimates of their pension entitlements in order to allow them to make informed decisions about retirement and plan their lives going forward. Worst of all, on retirement, after years of dedicated service, they must on retirement go without while they wait months for pension departments to pay their lump sum and pension entitlements, up to 3 months in some instances and maybe more. Nurses and midwives survive paycheck to paycheck and should not have to wait an inordinate length of time to receive payment. This disgraceful situation is causing incredible hardship and financial stress to retiring staff. The very least they deserve after dedicating their whole life working with the HSE is to have the dignity of receiving their entitlements in a timely manner. The HSE have stated that they lost a lot of expertise in the fiscal years, which is impacting on their ability to provide services. However, this is not good enough. Therefore, we call on the INMO to immediately engage with the HSE to ensure that these matters are addressed immediately. I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
We'll just thank you very much, Mary, and we'll have Mary Dunn.
I'm seconding the motion, but not speaking to it.
Oh, okay, perfect. Oh, that's perfect.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Mary. And are there any other speakers in the chat that want to speak to this motion? That's fine. So motion number 9, industrial, is open for voting. Yes, it's open. And we will progress to motion number 11 now under the name of the Killarney Branch. And Teresa Cairns is going to speak to this motion.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Teresa.
Good morning, Mary. Good morning, Madam President, General Secretary, executive members, and all our delegates. So this morning, our branch is giving this proposal. Given the physical and stressful nature associated with nurses and midwife roles today, we call on the government to reduce the retirement age to 60 years, granting full access to nurses' contributory pension scheme and with no effect to their state pension entitlements. Now, retirement age, there's different cohorts of retirement ages, and it all depends on the date of your recruitment. So, for example, before the year 2004, nurse midwife can retire at 60 years. From the year 2004 to 2012, nurse midwife can retire at 65 years of age. And from January 2013, nurse midwives retire at 66 years, and this is tied in with the old age contributory pension. So you might ask, why this motion? Well, as we hear this morning, nurses and midwives face extraordinary stresses in the healthcare environment. And nurses and midwives over the age of 55 years and older differ from our younger colleagues due to a number of factors. And I suppose it's physical. So from a physical aspect, musculoskeletal systems start to decline in strength and in flexibility. And this leads to injuries of the bone and muscle tissues, again, which requires extended periods of recuperation. Also, the biological clock slows down. It affects our reaction times and immune responses. And of course, this applies very much now to our pandemic environment. And there are other health conditions that affect age 55 and older. And also the mental state of 55 and over. Of course, the workload is quite demanding. We also now require a continuous education system, both online and at work. We're continuously studying and upskilling. And for the over age 55 and over, this can increase anxiety, apprehension, and it can lead, to mental health issues. Also, okay.
Teresa.
And so I would like you to consider this motion and to give it your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Thank you, Teresa. Good to see you again today. And nice to hear the old Kerry accent there.
Thank you, Mary. And so this is seconded by Gina Keating.
Kathleen Dalton. Okay, Kathleen.
Good afternoon or good morning, Madam President, General Secretary, Executive Council and delegates. When is service served? I ask you. When is service justified? Is it 39 hours per week? Is it going to be 37.5 hours per week?
Yes.
Is it going to be 30 hours per week? What justifies pension entitlement for nurses facing retirement? I ask you, delegates, when is service justified? The Gardaí can retire at 55 on full pension after 30 years service. The Defence Forces can retire at 55 on full pension after 30 years service. Teachers can retire after 35 years service on full pension. Nurses have to serve 40 years to gain full pension at retirement. The reality is, nurses, that there are going to be 4.5 million nurses worldwide due to retire by 2030. This is 9 years' time. There is a real risk of losing our most experienced nurses who are intending to work to normal retirement age and now want to retire early due to the challenges that they have faced during the pandemic. Redeployment, psychological and emotional stress, long working hours, cancelled annual leave, and unable to avail of shorter working hours. We will lose our skilled aging nurses if initiatives aren't put in place to retain them. That is the reality. Attractive pension initiatives is a positive move to retain our aging nurses. A pre-retirement pilot initiative would be very beneficial to our nurses in the future. COVID has taught us nurses that life is precious. Life is not a rehearsal. Nurses do everything in their power to protect and save lives. It is time that the challenges of the aging nurses is acknowledged prior to retirement. As COVID-19 continues, we need all nurses on board to address staff shortages, retain valuable skill and care for the current and future nurses in our profession. I ask you, delegates, is a pension entitlement justified for our ageing nurses? Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Can I come in here, please? This is Eilish Fitzgerald here.
Go ahead, Eilish.
Thanks very much indeed. President, General Secretary, am I done? Yeah. Madam President, General Secretary and delegates, I am on that pre-retirement incentive. It's an absolute great, and I think we should be looking for this for all our nurses. It was a pilot project in 2017, which the INMO secured for a 2-year pilot project. Now, I don't know, and I find that at the time it was, starting off, it was to be introduced in July of 2017, and I did have to fight for it to get it, and it is what we should be having. As well as that, it is now introduced between 55 up to the age of 65. So it's their last 5 years that you're job sharing and you will get full pension. I think we should be pushing for this more so than just a pilot project. It should be available for staff there. And let me say that it shouldn't be hummed and hawed and, oh, we have to do this and, oh, I don't think it can be backfilled. We should be doing this for our experienced nurses that are out there and allowing them to continue on. Yeah, we may be aging a little bit, but there's a lot of good in us there still that we can do for each other. So I actually ask you to support this motion, and going forward, I'll ask the INMO to continue lobbying that the incentive of pre-retirement should be there for all nurses as well. I ask you to support this motion.
Right, yeah, that's what we get through. Thank you very much, Eilish. And if there are no further speakers, the motion is live for debate, or the motion is live for voting. And I'll just update you on the previous motions. Motion number 8 has been unanimously passed by conference, and motion number 9 has been passed by conference. Thank you very much. And there are no further speakers, so I'll call on motion number 12 under the name of the Kilkenny branch. Can I have Bridget Brennan, please?
Just waiting on Bridget. We're going to try and get this motion and motion 15, which is the group that standing orders had set for pensions.
To conclude 12. So
we know the seconder.
Yeah. I don't have a seconder on this. Will I move to the next one?
Move to motion
15.
15.
Tim is there.
Okay.
Perfect. So we're going to change it up here now. We're just having difficulty with the speakers, so we're going to take motion number 15 and we'll open that for voting. And we have the speaker ready, Tim Stevens, under the name of the Roscommon branch. Thank you, Tim.
Hello, thank you, Executive Committee President. This motion is going to be seconded by Teresa McDermott, who will not be speaking at this motion. As a matter of policy, the HSE should be and should have been providing us with annual pension statements. Be it resolved that we, the union, exhort our employer to make good on this long-standing omission so that we indeed receive a meaningful statement. At bare minimum, this requires annual statements of the financial investments we have made to the scheme and a corresponding pension forecast. In motion 9, Executive Council did a good job of explaining why we need timely pension estimates so I will not attempt to emphasise these points with my inferior demonstration. I will only add that the current system requiring us to seek out our estimates can erroneously expose members to unnecessary legal fees. This is because under certain circumstances, members may be advised to jump the queue through the intercession of a solicitor. Now, I'm not saying paternalism does not have its place. Its quaint practices can be a vital source of ironic humour, an essential ingredient of costume dramas like Downton Abbey. However, in the real world, we should be treated with far more respect. An annual statement acknowledges the frugal fruit of our tenacious, unremitting, and bloody hard work. I ask you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
Are there any further speakers to this motion? This motion is open for voting, and if there are no further speakers, I'll revert back to motion number 12. We have our speaker now, Bridget. She is in the green room. There are no further speakers for motion number 15, so we can. Perfect. So the vote is on, just to reiterate, the vote for number 15 is ongoing. So we'll move back to motion number 12 to have the debate with Bridget.
We can see you, Bridget. Can't hear you. Yes.
Yeah, we can
hear you now.
Okay.
Break and come back and see if we can get a better connection.
Perfect. Maybe that might be in order. Just to update when we're here, motion number 11 has been unanimously passed as well in conference. So thank you, colleagues, for voting so promptly. We might go to the break now and re-establish a connection with Bridget on our return on the remaining motions in this section. Motion number 11. Okay.
Just recap who's left.
So just to recap, who we have left to speak is motion number 12 and motion number 10, 13 and 14. We will go through the rest of them when we return from the break. And we'll work on the connection with Bridget just to make sure that she can speak.
We'll be back from break at what time?
So we'll be back from break at
12:30.
12:30. Hold on.
registered nurses are here to take care of people. We cannot commodify human lives.
Για μας όλοι οι άνθρωποι αξίζουν και για όλους τους ανθρώπους θα πρέπει να παρέχονται οι ίδιες ποιοτικές φροντίδες υγείας.
And when we are organized, we are a big force.
Global Nurses United came together because we are all facing many of the same issues, and these are issues not only of the workplace but also issues in our community and with our governments. We actually have 27 countries who are part of Global Nurses United.
We're almost 3 million nurses worldwide.
Universalmente tenemos que luchar para que la salud sea de calidad para los pacientes con amor y calidez.
The nurses agree around the globe that healthcare is an absolute human right.
Just being in space with nurses, there's nothing better.
And the heartfelt sincerity towards all of our affiliates and our brothers and sisters is amazing.
Ultimately, we all come for the nurses' welfare.
We share our thoughts and our concerns, and we talk about our issues.
La solidaridad es un tema muy importante en estos tiempos que vivimos nosotros.
Entonces, la importancia de la solidaridad es de que los gobiernos o los empresarios se deben dar cuenta que no estamos solos en el mundo.
Ya en nuestros países no gobiernan los presidentes, gobiernan los grandes poderes económicos o las transnacionales.
It is the 1%, that small group of oligarchs that really want to control everything.
What becomes prioritized is the insatiable greed of these corporations.
Of course, ultimately, our patients and communities are the ones suffering.
Around the world, similar issues are experienced by all the nurses.
It's at a different degree depending on whether you're in the Northern Hemisphere, whether you're in a developed country or a developing country. But it is the same themes.
We have a spectrum of healthcare systems.
Canada, we always say we have the best healthcare in the system.
El de nosotros es uno de los mejores sistemas, es un sistema público.
Even you are a foreigner, like you, if you come to Uganda and you feel sick, you don't need to pay. I take you to the hospital, doctors examine you, give you drugs free of charge.
Our fight in the United States is to achieve a healthcare system that actually provides care as a human right.
We look up to those countries to see how they got it passed and how it's working for them.
Οι κάτοικοι της Ελλάδας στο Εθνικό Σύστημα Υγείας της Ελλάδας δωρεάν. Παρ' όλα αυτά ακούγεται από τη νέα κυβέρνηση που έχει εκλεγεί ότι θα αρχίσουν ιδιωτικές εταιρείες να παίρνουν κομμάτια του δημόσιου τομέα και δεν ξέρουμε πού θα καταλήξει αυτό.
Because there are moves towards privatization. Our role is to let people know how a privatized healthcare system is one of the most cruel, inefficient forms of healthcare.
We have primary healthcare sectors which run on a private business model. So what we see in our communities, in our Māori community, that we have less access to primary healthcare services. We die a lot younger and we have shorter life expectancy than our non-Indigenous colleagues.
Y esos sectores privados de la salud se oponen a que se ponga en marcha un régimen de salud donde puedan haber programas de prevención de enfermedades, donde puedan haber atenciones básicas de salud y que no se encarezca tanto el servicio.
They want to make patients our profit.
El problema económico genera reducir los costos en los sistemas de salud y hoy un flagelo para nuestros países que es la dotación.
There's not a nurse across the world that is not worried about, do we have enough of me to take care properly of patients?
We produce more nurses and we don't employ them.
Dos nossos profissionais enfermeiros. Há um insuficiente número de enfermeiros nos hospitais para cada paciente.
Una sola enfermera atiende a 40, 50, 60 pacientes en un área de hospitalización.
And in extreme cases, some nurses still handle 100 to 200 patients.
If you are having too much of workload, how are you going to deliver your maximum? That's a question everywhere, the planet.
Because of poor ratios, our nurses are fatigued, emotionally stressed, psychologically have experiences, be it burnouts or whatnot.
And we come together and we share not only our experiences, but we share how we're confronting these issues.
Working here in California, we are in a much better place because we have the safe nurse-to-patient ratio. It took us decades to win this.
We are inspired by the achievements and the work of our colleagues from other countries.
Safe staffing is key to achieving any sort of health and safety standards in our workplace.
Each family member feels that their loved one is a priority, and if a nurse can't get to it, then they start lashing out at them.
We got to support the nurses, improve their working conditions, add ratios to be able to care for the population. It's a fight we're leading in the last few years.
Our fight is to keep our communities healthy. That means that we have to confront the issues in our workplace, but we also have to confront the issues outside of the workplace, the issues that often compound people's health.
So you're seeing nurses getting more involved in the climate crisis.
Que as questões climáticas, as questões que envolvem o nosso meio ambiente são questões que nos são muito caras e que inevitavelmente vão impactar a saúde dos brasileiros e a saúde de uma forma geral para toda a população do mundo.
Aquí, por ejemplo, fue afectado por una sequía, murieron cientos de reses y animales del campo y realmente la población ha comenzado a padecer en su estómago mismo lo que es los cambios climáticos.
You're seeing the glaciers, the snow really melting, causing flooding.
In Kerala, the southern part of India, the floods take away so many lives.
So we're part of the South Pacific Nurses Forum. We've got Kiribati, which is pretty much walking around in knee-deep sort of water.
Tiene que ver también con la intención de las transnacionales de apoderarse de todos los recursos naturales.
The climate crisis is being driven by the need for more and more profits from oil extraction, which is so bad for the planet.
Most victims are those marginalized sectors, like our national minorities.
For a community that's been displaced, it's not as simple as moving them into a higher island. Part of Indigenous health is based on their connection with the land, with the sea.
A lot of industries coming in Uganda. We have a lot of things, pollution coming in.
If you have an environment that is degraded by pollution, where the air and the water is not safe, we know that it has a devastating impact on people's health.
Tenemos aumento en todo lo que son enfermedades respiratorias. Los hospitales están saturados, principalmente lo que son los hospitales de niños.
With a lot of mining activities being done by foreign investors and corporations which are favored by the government.
And oftentimes it's in democratic countries like ourselves, in Canada and the United States, head offices are based in our countries. However, they go exploit the resources in our colleagues, in our neighboring countries.
Επίσης, στην Ελλάδα έχουμε ένα πολύ σοβαρότερο θέμα που αφορά τις εξορίξεις χρυσού από την καναδική εταιρεία Eldorado σε μια πολύ όμορφη περιοχή της Ελλάδος.
Cuando estas empresas se van, lo que dejan es el desastre ecológico y la prevalencia de enfermedades cancerígenas o enfermedades producidas por la contaminación a que han estado expuestos no solo los trabajadores, sino los habitantes que rodean la actividad minera o la actividad hidroeléctrica o la actividad del monocultivo.
Even in a place like California, if you go out to the Central Valley and you see actually cancer clusters among children. And we know the only way that we can take this on is if we take this on together, collectively, and we know that we actually have to do this on an international level.
Ayudar al más débil o ayudar al que está ha sido afectado siempre es enfrentarte
con un poder o un poder económico o un poder del Estado.
When you fight for what's right for your patients. Belonging to a union is very important because if all of us are together, we have a louder voice and there is strength in numbers.
And when we come together as a union, that is a big threat to all of those corporations.
They don't want nurses to unionize because they know that the union have power to confront the government.
Los que defendemos la salud en el país estamos siendo sometidos a injusticias jurídicas. Nuestra ex secretaria adjunta, una enfermera de profesión, también sufrió los embates que personalmente sufrí como secretario general y ella estuvo también prisionera, al igual que yo.
We are experiencing harassment and there are a lot of killings of activists and unionists, especially in the rural areas.
E estamos dizendo que estamos unidos para combater esse tipo de postura governamental.
They have money and they have the power, but we know the people are with us.
Every single measure that we have in the United States didn't come out of the benevolence of a corporation. It came from workers coming together in a union and struggling and fighting and winning.
What you achieve through the fight is well worth fighting for.
Y que estamos solidariamente hechos en un solo nudo.
Δεν υπάρχει χρώμα, δεν υπάρχει φυλή, δεν υπάρχει έθνος.
We will keep on fighting together.
Para una enfermería en el mundo más fuerte, más solidaria y con mucho sentido de humanidad.
We bring the humanity to the forefront.
Por nossas mãos passam bilhões de vidas.
No debemos de claudicar en nuestros esfuerzos, no debemos dejar de luchar jamás.
Ni un paso atrás. Aquí no se raja nadie.
Y vamos hasta la victoria siempre.
Solidariedade.
We can do this together.
Thanks, delegates, and I welcome you back now from the break, and we will continue on with the motions. But just to inform you that I need you to log in to the My Voice again, as it was taken offline during the break. So just make sure that you have logged back in again correctly through the link that you would have been sent, just so that voting will be all in order now again. So just when that is ongoing, I'll update you on motion number 15 under the name of the Roscommon branch. This motion was passed by conference, and so that is now adopted. And the next motion that we'll be taking is motion number 12, and we will have Bridget Brennan speaking to that. And I'll just make sure that number 12 is open for voting. And apologies. So, and before we move on to the speaker, we have standing orders report number 4 from Beverly.
Thank you, Madam President. Standing orders report number 4. We will continue with Group 3 industrial motions number 12 and then move to motions 10, 13 and 14. Following that, we will have the result of the standing orders election after that. I would also like to remind delegates that this event is being recorded in full. Today's events will be broadcast publicly online via Facebook and YouTube. In practice, that just means to exercise extra caution in terms of muting microphones and being clear and factual in all contributions. Thank you. That concludes standing orders report number 4.
Thank you, Beverly.
Thank you, Beverly. That's great. So can we, we'll open the vote for standing orders report. And this must be voted on before we progress with the next motion. So just to reiterate, those that are coming back from the break, just to make sure that you log back into your My Voice account. This is a link that you would have been emailed, just to make sure that you've logged back in, because the system was taken down during the break, and to ensure we have a vote on the standing orders report number 4. So make sure that you log back in via your email, and if there are any difficulties, make sure you refresh it with the button at the bottom of the screen, just to refresh the voting, just so everything will be in order then. So once we have the vote on standing orders report number 4, we can progress then with motion number 12 industrial under the name of the Kilkenny branch, and the remaining motions thereafter.
You might take, if we have a minute, President, if I might just advise delegates of some of the staffing changes over 2020.
That'd be great.
Delegates, just as part of the annual report, you will have seen in the annual report that during 2020 we had some staff changes, and if you were looking at the video from the GNU, you would have seen Maura Hickey, our colleague who represented in the Northwest, retired during 2020. And Maura, if you're linking in, we hope you're enjoying your well-earned retirement. We had a change to representation then for the Northwest. Mr. Neil Donoghue was appointed IRO for the Northwest. We also had a resignation of Dean Flanagan, who returned to nursing and is having, as he says himself, a really enjoyable return to nursing. And Neil, or Dean, we again, if you're tuned in, we hope that all is well and that you're enjoying return to practice. We welcomed Maurice Sheehan as an IRO to the team, and Maurice is representing as part of the team in Dublin North. And we also advertised 4 IRE posts, which have been filled in early in the year, but as part of the annual report, they were advertised towards the end of 2020. So delegates, that's just the update that's in your pack. But also, I just want to you'll see in the report, in the annual report, the contribution of our information office and Tony Fitzpatrick, the Director of Industrial Relations, set out the importance of a very strong and prompt and efficient information office. And that's just not a coincidence. That's because it's led by an exceptional member of staff, Ms. Colette Mullen. And Colette will be retiring this year. This will be her last conference. And for those delegates who don't know Colette, we're just going to show you a photograph, because Colette likes to be in the background, but for every single claim that is lodged on behalf of a member of the INMO, it is influenced, and we are all advised by Colette. She has made a massive contribution since she started with the INMO in 1998. And Colette, you will be seriously missed. And we all thank you most sincerely for the absolute fantastic contribution you have made to excellence, your service and dedication to both nursing and midwifery, and to keeping all of us on the right track when we're preparing submissions. And I think you'll all join with me. Colette will be with us for some time yet, but today we just want to make sure that we wish you well and thank you for your contribution to the work of this organisation since 1998. Gurumila Mahabat.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you for that, and thanks to Colette. She's always a friendly face and always happy to help any of our members. I myself have had to call on her aid many times, and she's always gladly assists. So, and we wish her well as she goes into retirement. The Standing Orders report number 4 has been passed, so we can progress on with the rest of the CAR now. Thank you very much, delegates. So motion number 12, please, under the name of the Kilkenny branch, and Bridget Brennan is speaking to this motion.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm on mute. Good afternoon, everybody. Madam President, General Secretary, our motion number 12, conference should be entitled to the INMO Information Office, as Bill just spoke about there. This was a 1997 initiative where nurses had worked a minimum of 20 years service, were aged 55, and they could enlist in a job sharing capacity for a maximum of 5 years until the age of 60. With those 5 years reckonable for pension purposes. Suspended in May 2009 under instruction of the Department of Finance, and despite the Labour report, were unable to reactivate this initiative because of the low uptake, possibly because of it required 20 years whole-time service, and you had to be age 55. So quite a few nurses didn't reach the criteria. Reintroduced in July 2017 as part of the recruitment and retention agreement at the WRC. The only difference was then you could now work till you were 65. However, in order to avail of this initiative, you must be working 39 hours a week and be a whole-time equivalent to avail of the scheme. Figures from the HSE employment report for March this year show that 69.1% of nurses are working full-time and 30.9% are working part-time. That's almost a third of the nursing force. So what the Kilkenny branch we want nurses working anything greater than 30 hours, whether you're 31.5, 33, 35, 37.5 hours, to be afforded the same, to be able to apply to work in a job sharing capacity, but and have your last 5 years reckonable for pension purposes, pro rata for what you would have been working, whether you would have been working, what you would have been getting working at 31.5 hours, 33 or 35 or 37.5. And that that could be used for reckonable services. Otherwise, we feel in Kilkenny that it's discriminating against people who don't, who are not working a full 39 hours a week. And a lot of people are not able to work a full 39 hours a week. And in addition to that, we see where the HSE service plan is looking for an additional 3,500 nurses in the WIN magazine. So it might actually help there as well. So we'd like your support on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Bridget. Are there any further speakers, and who is seconding that motion?
Jenny Maloney has seconded the motion.
And she's not speaking, is she?
To the motion, no.
No, she's not. Okay, and there are no further speakers on the chat. That motion is open for voting. And if there are no further speakers, we can progress then to motion number 10 under the name of the Galway branch. If I can have Mary Cotter and Marion Spellman, I see them there anyway in the green room.
Good afternoon, President, General Secretary and fellow delegates. Thank you for the opportunity to promote this motion. Care of older people in residential facilities is complex, requiring consolidated knowledge and experience. Nurse-led care in nursing homes is guided by HICWA standards, the Health Act and regulations. The person in charge has significant statutory responsibilities. Currently, this role is effected by various grades of nursing, including DONs, ADONs, CNM 2s, Directors of Care, etc. And there are at least 600 PICs nationwide, with PIC being person in charge for short. During the pandemic, a nursing homes expert panel was convened, and they assessed the need to focus on the development of a new model of care and governance structures within the nursing home setting and across the community. They found that the evidence highlights a requirement for robust, accountable clinical oversight and more defined roles for the person in charge, and that the person in charge should have a requirement for gerontology training or a formal qualification. This was removed at one stage by a Health Act amendment. They also stated that contracts, pay scales and staff development in nursing homes requires review, that there is an immediate and ongoing need to attract staff to work in this area, but it needs to be attractive with career development opportunities, an enhanced regulatory framework and increased regulatory activity. So they made two specific recommendations that I'm going to refer to today. One was to institute community support teams with new integrated community support teams with clearly defined joint leadership and responsibility across CHO and hospital groups. They also stated in recommendation 9.3 that there should be a national criteria on roles and responsibilities of the person in charge and registered nursing staff in nursing homes. And this should be incorporated into the regulatory framework. So can we be daring and visualize persons in charge who are defined by national criteria on roles and responsibilities, whose contribution is valued enough to be part of the formal governance relationship, bridging private nursing homes with the HSE, thus facilitating closer integration of these facilities with the wider social healthcare system? Now, may I respectfully and with due regard for all stakeholders' inclusion, consultation and collaboration, call on the Minister for Health, the CEO of the HSE and all providers in the context of residential care sector, that it is imperative to ensure implementation of these recommendations of the Nursing Home Expert Panel, amend the legislation to enable it, and specifically acknowledge and proactively support the critical role of the person in charge in effective governance by recognising the knowledge, skills, experience, responsibilities and accountability of this role. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Marion.
Good afternoon. My name is Madam President, General Secretary, delegates and colleagues. My name is Marion Spellman and I am Vice Chair of the Galway branch and Chair of the RNID section. Due to COVID-19, I COVID tested in private nursing homes in the west of Ireland, which had COVID outbreaks. Because of that, I got to see a huge amount in places that I'd never been before. And I saw the need for a very strong clinical governance to be in place, which wasn't, as well as proper staffing in nursing homes, private nursing homes, which was not there. As a nurse in intellectual disabilities for the last 30 years, we have closed our institutions and our congregated settings. However, what I saw in private nursing homes was reminiscent of the institutions in the ID sector in the past, where 20 to 30 people would be in one room with no privacy in bedrooms. Because of that, I feel that the nursing homes that I saw are the institutions of our time and the scandal of our future, because at the end of the day, any one of us could end up in a nursing home that I saw. So for that, I ask for, as Mary said, proper clinical governance and accountability. I call on conference to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marion. I appreciate that. Are there any further speakers to this motion in the green room or expressions of interest on the chat? Okay, yep, go ahead, Caroline. So just on remittance, just when we're waiting for Caroline, when that comes across, we'll allow Caroline to speak, then I will ask the proposer if they are happy with same, but we'll see, let's just see if we can get Caroline online there now. So Mary Cotter, I will be asking you once Caroline has finished if you are happy for a remittance to Executive Council, but let's just allow that to happen. So motion number 12, just to update conference, motion number 12 has been unanimously passed as well. So thank you very much, delegates.
No, you're okay, guys. Apologies.
Sean, are you requesting?
Hi, yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, Caroline.
Hi, Caroline.
You have no idea the crack I'm having here at the moment. Really and truly. Anyway, Madam President, General Secretary and esteemed colleagues, I am on the behalf of the executive, we have carefully considered the motion from the Galway branch. The council shares with the branch their concerns regarding the importance of the role of the person in charge in residential facilities for older persons. Further, the council recognises and agrees that such posts require considerable depth and breadth of experience, bearing in mind the complexity of the role. The post holders must have the necessary and specific competencies and knowledge, and that the post holders must be at an appropriately senior grade, that they have adequate support and are recruited in a transparent and rigorous manner. However, considering the motion calls specifically for the creation of a grade of person in charge, we are concerned regarding the potential for this motion to interact in unexpected ways with the existing grade structures in nursing, including the roles of directors and assistant directors of nursing. Again, the executive is clear in its support of all the substantive recommendations of the motion regarding the foundations which must underpin such a post, and what is required for it to be effective and adequately supported and regarded. Therefore, we are asking that the motion will be remitted to the Executive Council to examine how to achieve the core aims of the motion on these matters, and in a way which blends with or develops the existing structures within nursing and midwifery in relation to the management of the care environment. Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. So I'm going to ask Mary Cotter, are you happy for us for this to be remitted to the Executive Council for further examination?
Yes, I think it's a very important move and that it's a good start in what may prove to be a long journey, but a worthwhile journey to undertake. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I am going to open the vote and vote on this motion to be remitted to Executive Council, and all delegates will vote on this to be remitted. Is that okay? So, and it is open. The vote is now open. And we will, I can progress then to, can I progress or do I have to wait for this?
You have to wait.
Wait for this remittance.
If the remission doesn't happen, another vote has to happen.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So I'm just getting in on the chat there are, as we're waiting for the vote to come through. The voting is open, so please ensure that you exercise your votes. But just when we're waiting for that to come through, I'm just seeing on the chat that there are a number of birthdays between yesterday and today. So any of those that are at home celebrating, we wish you all a very happy birthday. And just also to note as well, I suppose there'll be a number of retirements coming up, you know, now that we've spoken about Colette, that it's important to remember the nurses and midwives that will be retiring over the coming months until we have our next annual delegate conference. So we wish them well as they progress into their retirement, and a good health and enjoyment of that time.
And we have a very active retirement section in the INMO.
Yeah.
And we'd encourage all retiring nurses to join, nurses and midwives to join the retirement section of the INMO. They seem to have great crack and do very serious business, as I was reminded when I mentioned the fact that they seem to have great crack by Margaret very recently. They do very serious business and also take an active part in the Senior Citizens Parliament, and have made a valid contribution and a very relevant argument in respect of public service pensions for those who have retired. So we'd be looking forward to seeing delegates in person in Sligo, and those of you that will be retired before then, remember the retired section, and we'll be looking forward to seeing your participation in it.
And just time of their lives, so it's when we wish them well for that. So I am going to close the vote on the standing orders, or the remittance to council. Apologies. So we'll get the results of that now in a couple of seconds, and then we'll be able to progress then. I suppose delegates as well, it's important to remember, you know, the values of being a member of the INMO and having access to the INMO group scheme as well. I think we often forget the benefits to being an INMO member, and I know myself, I've only logged back into the group scheme recently, and there are some fantastic benefits on that. So if you log into the normal INMO webpage and look up INMO group scheme, and there's lots of discounts to be had, especially like on the Nike store or the Kildare Village shop, you know, loads of nice, you know, gifts that you can get, or, you know, it's great to get a bargain when you can. But there's lots of different websites. It's nice to be reminded that there are discounts to be had as a result of being an INMO member, and it's fantastic to get 20% off when you're going to be buying them anyway, you know. So just to remind members to avail of the benefits of the group scheme. So the results are in, and that motion for remittance has been passed in conference. So thank you very much, delegates, and that motion will be remitted to council for their consideration. So moving on to motion number 13 now. And we have our speakers, Sandra Morton and Karen Eccles in the green room. So I welcome Sandra.
Good afternoon, President, General Secretary, Executive Council and Delegates. So I'm Sandra Morton, I'm Secretary of the ODN section. This motion will be seconded by Karen Eccles, who will also be speaking. So the motion states that we call on conference to work to improve the working conditions and develop safe nurse staffing levels for the 24-hour perioperative period in order to stabilise and improve the recruitment and retention of experienced, skilled and educated perioperative nurses. So the section has been in discussion with the HSE for a number of years over a circular for on-call from 2003 to improve the safe working conditions for on-call. This is an important agreement for nurses on call, providing safe emergency care. This has been painfully slow even prior to COVID and has resulted in little to no improvement in conditions or any attractiveness for skilled, valuable, educated and experienced theatre nurses to stay working in theatres. Theatres should be magnets for good staff, yet our conditions really don't encourage this. Issues identified are the lack of adequate staffing plan employed in our operating theatres, which is an evidence-based plan, and we all know about the national staffing evidence-based plans. But we need this to cover the 24/7 period. We also look at the rates provided for emergency on-call, the lack of consistent application of the standby on-call rates for nurses who must stay with their patients at the end of their shift passes because there's nobody to relieve them. And then we look at the time off in lieu. As you may be aware, theatre is seen as a predominantly 8 to 5 service with some scope to staff emergency theatres or elective rooms to cover for overruns. But nurses obviously work weekends to cover emergency surgery, but it's generally one team only working at a time over the weekend. Many large teaching hospitals are staffed to cover maybe 3 to 4 rooms until 8 o'clock daily, but this isn't enough because we know the volumes of surgery are increasing and the lack of a staffing complement to fill all those hours when theatres overrun. Patient safety is always paramount in theatre, requiring a minimum staffing numbers to deliver this care. But with a lack of nurses, then we have an onerous on-call duty. While we welcome the enhanced contract for nurses, this has affected the recruitment of graduates into theatre because there's nothing extra for nurses who work in theatre. Our nurse managers are trying to manage the staffing shortfall daily and keep the service running. And workload pre-COVID ensured that many departments actually looked after ICU patients requiring surgery. And this has been ongoing for the last 20 years. But theatre nurses have had the courage to care and worked as ICU nurses all over the pandemic. But seeing as surgery is back on the table, we're now finding that our ADONs are trying to take theatre nurses out of theatres in some hospitals while full lists are running and depleting the department again. So we call on the conference to support this motion, and we need to ensure that we have safe patient care for our patients. Thank you very much.
Sandra. Thank you, Sandra. And now we'll have Karen Eccles.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Madam President, General Secretary, Executive Council, colleagues. My name is Karen Eccles. I am a member of the Cavan branch and the Operating Room Nurses section. I concur with all that Sandra has already presented, but in addition, would like to share an additional perspective we must all now consider going forward. Many of the industrial relation motions discussed at conference so far are issues that have a detrimental impact on our health and safety and well-being in the workplace. Dave Hughes clearly outlined the strategy being adopted by the INMO to address workplace health and safety concerns for members. The World Health Organization defines health as a state of complete physical, mental and social well-being and not just the absence of disease. In our motion, by challenging the acceptance of theatre overruns, excessive on-call requirements, national compliance with the European Working Time Directive on compensatory rest, appropriate staffing levels for the workload demand and complexity is saying to management that they, under the Safety, Health and Welfare at Work Act, Section 25, have a responsibility for our health and well-being in the workplace. All of the issues previously identified contribute to workplace stress, which is under this Act to the 2005 now accepted as a risk to employees and should be assessed. We instinctively as nurses and midwives first consider patients' health and safety, and that is understandable. However, COVID-19 has been a catalyst in creating additional awareness amongst ourselves that we need to look after each other. The European Working Survey, Conditions Survey 2015 identified that healthcare workers registered lowest in the groups considered in relation to job longevity. In order to stay in work without an aging population, a growing population and changes to disease patterns, we are expected to drive greater demand for an already insufficient healthcare workforce. This then will require a seismic cultural change on our behalf and appropriate education to individual nurses and midwives on how to challenge formally health and safety risks that present and impact directly in the workplace. Colleagues, I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you, Karen. So I have 3 speakers lined up to speak to the motion. I might take Geraldine Talty, as Jean is just not there at the moment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Ger.
Hear you, Geraldine.
Hi, Geraldine Talty here, Ballinasloe branch. Madam President, General Secretary, fellow delegates and Executive Council. Hello to everybody there at conference. I have to say, I really missed the crack and the shouting and the supporting and the heckling. I miss Joe Tully and the great debates. I really miss all the super speakers that get up to the podium, the ones that are experienced and have been there for years, and the new delegates that have their knees knocking. It's just not the same. Beverly, I really miss. It's not the same without the red, yellow and green light. But anyway, I'm going to ask you to support this motion and many of the other motions gone before. All we're talking about is safe staffing everywhere, recruitment, retention, pensions, hours of work, annual leave, respite leave. And, you know, I'm just going to add in something, and I've asked this before at conference, and I'm going to challenge the minister. I also want you to support me in calling for the minister and any minister to come and spend a night on a trolley in any emergency department in the country. And then when he has that done, or she has that done, then to spend a day shadowing a nurse or a midwife, and then shower in the facilities with which we have to shower in. And of course, it wouldn't be the same without the PPE, so they have to wear that. Then all of that, they have to then spend time holding their bladder as long as we hold ours. And then, and only then, I think, might we get all of the above, the safe staffing that Sandra is talking about there, and all of the other speakers before. Of course, it wouldn't be the same, it's not going to be the same for him because he doesn't have hair, so he won't be able to pull it out because it's already gone. But anyway, there's nothing we can do about that. So I urge you to support this motion. And as I say, I really miss conference. It's not the same, but I'm really looking forward to Sligo next year. And for all of you new delegates that haven't had that experience before, this is very like trying to care for a patient from home. So you're kind of going to be speaking to the patient and telling them to put in their own antibiotic or tell them to turn themselves in the bed. So it's just that human touch and that bedside manner. It's just not the same here sitting down. And it's certainly not the same sitting down. I'd much rather to be getting up to that podium and banging that podium and listening to Dave Hughes and Phil and Karen and everybody else. So I urge you to support this motion. Thank you very much. And I'll see you next year.
Geraldine, good to hear from you.
Oh, it's great. It's great. Thank you so much for that contribution.
Thanks, girls.
That's great. And we'll stop that now. That's perfect. Thank you, Jean. Okay, that's grand. Okay, I'll take Anne Noonan to speak to the motion next, and then we'll take Jean and we'll conclude.
Okay, good afternoon. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
Anne.
good afternoon. As a theatre nurse of 25 years, I really urge you to support this motion. People have no idea of how the lack of skilled, trained professionals in a theatre department can actually cripple a whole hospital. We learned in our strike in 2019 that when we demobilised the theatre department, we could actually demobilise a whole hospital. And if by no default of anything except for lack of skilled staff, every hospital will actually not run at full capacity. So I really urge you to vote for this motion, vote that the people who are there 24/7 on call every night in their skilled departments, that they really are encouraged to stay and that other nurses are encouraged to train and upskill into this section. I urge you with all of my heart to support this motion.
Thank you very much, Anne. Thank you, appreciate that. And we'll take Jean Armitage now.
Good afternoon, Madam President, Executive Council and Secretary General. I urge you also to support this motion, and I hope you can hear me. Working as a theatre nurse for many years and being redeployed all over the place, going down to the ward, going to nursing homes, going to a hospital 50 miles away, 50 kilometres away, going to a hotel to give vaccinations. That's what our theatre staff are doing at the minute. We're all so required to stay late, just for the benefit of the HSE. Over many years when I was on call, my babysitter got paid more money than I did for being on call, and we didn't have the right staffing levels. It's been going on forever and a day. Please sort it out as soon as possible. And I urge you to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jean, and that vote is open. So colleagues, I urge you to exercise your vote in that regard, and we will progress to motion number 14 under the name of the radiology section. And we have Celine McGuinness.
Aye.
To the motion.
Hello, I'm Celine McGuinness from Radiology, and Priscilla I'll take the motion, but she's not going to speak to it.
Okay, Priscilla, that's great. Thank you. Thank you, Celine. Go ahead.
Madam President, General Secretary, Executive Council, fellow delegates, conference resolves to examine on-call arrangements for all members performing on-call duties in relation to protected sleep time and other terms and conditions relating to on-call in order to maintain the highest level of patient safety and members' well-being. Anne Rogers, Associate Professor at the University of Pennsylvania, said, "Duty calls and we answer, regardless of whether we've had sufficient sleep. Working while sleep deprived is not good. It can lead to reduced vigilance, reaction time, memory, psychomotor, coordination, decision-making, inability to concentrate, lack of energy, short-term memory loss, and poor communication. While we would never dream of going to work with a couple of G&Ts in our system, we don't think twice about going to work sleep deprived. Studies show that if a person is awake for more than 17 hours, is equivalent to having 1 or 2 alcoholic drinks. This could lead to mistakes that can jeopardize patient and member safety. As it stands, when a nurse is on call overnight and is called in to work, their sleep is broken. While some hospitals have arrangements regarding sleep time, this is not the case for all hospitals. These nurses are coming in later, and this sleep time is being taken as time in lieu. This is not on. Our radiography colleagues, they have protective sleep time. This can result in some staff being called in earlier to start their shift than early if the department is busy. This cannot be allowed to continue, as this leads to overtired staff who could potentially lead to safety concerns for both patients and their members. Sleep is a basic human need, and our members should not feel under pressure to return earlier than they should. The European Working Time Directive said there needs to be rest breaks and compensatory arrangements in place for staff. There is protected training time, so why can't protected time for all nurses throughout the hospitals? This needs to be standardised. The directive also states that 11 consecutive hours rest in a 24-hour period or compensatory rest. Compensatory rest must be taken before the employee begins his or her next roster work. Our members need to be entitled to protected sleep time and to standardise terms and conditions relating to on-call arrangements to ensure they are safe to work for their next shift. Madam President, General Secretary, Council, I urge you to adopt this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Celine. Thank you for your contribution. Are there any further speakers to this motion? And there's none in the chat. That's perfect. Okay, so the vote for motion number 14 is open, and I have closed the vote on motion number 13. So we have the results of that in, and that motion has been passed by conference. So thank you, delegates. The remaining motion is number 14, which is open for voting now. And once we have concluded the business, we will progress then to the results of the standing orders election. It's the last motion.
Is this the last motion?
Yep. That's it.
Delegates, we still have to announce the winners of the standing annual awards, but also the awards for those spot prizes. So don't log out, stay logged in.
Yep.
You never know, you could be lucky.
So after we announce the awards, we'll have a talk from Colóda McComiskey. She is the CEO of Spiritual Earth and is an accredited leader in well-being and life coach. So she's a big background history in crisis management, and it'll be great to get a bit of advice from her. So we look forward to that, and then we'll have the year in review then after with Dave Hughes. So motion number 14, the results are in, and the motion number 14 has been passed. Thank you very much, colleagues. So we'll move on now, and we'll have the results of the standing orders election.
Thank you, Madam President, and delegates. You have elected, in no particular order, Edel Peoples, Teresa Hayes, and Margot Leiden to be your standing orders committee for the incoming term. And on behalf of the executive and staff and the organising committee of conference, I also want to thank the current standing orders committee and wish them well, those that are not returning. And thank you very much, Beverly and Deanna, for your absolutely fantastic approach to organising this conference and previous conferences. And we welcome the new members of the Standing Orders Committee and look forward to working with you in the coming year.
That's great, thank you very much, General Secretary. And the next agenda item is the corn market. Let's talk about it. So we'll have the presentation now from the corn market group.
Yeah, I just have to share slides first. Yeah. Perfect, I'll do that now. You might let me know when you can see them. Okay, I'm just trying to share the slideshow now, 1 sec. Okay. So will I go ahead?
We can hear you, Alison.
Yeah, go ahead.
Welcome.
That's great. Thank you, Madam President and General Secretary, for giving me the opportunity to present to you today. And good afternoon to everybody. I hope you're all enjoying your virtual INMO conference and the second virtual conference that you've had. When I presented at the AGC last year, I think I ended by saying that I hope to see you all face to face in 2021, that you're all doing on the front line. Hopefully I will see you all in 2022. One major issue that COVID-19 has highlighted is the area of mental health, and I know some of your speakers have just alluded to that. So it'll be no surprise to any of you to hear that a very large volume of the claims on the INMO income protection scheme are for mental health. When we reviewed the scheme in 2019, we identified that this was a growing issue, and it was decided then that we would do something to support the area. And that was 2019, before COVID-19. Before I speak to you about the exciting new wellness initiative that we are launching with the INMO, I want to recap on, I suppose, why your members should be in the salary protection scheme. So firstly, let's look at your sick leave entitlements and what would happen if you were to get sick or injured. So let's assume that you're working in the public sector and you haven't taken any sick leave to date. Well, what you would receive from your employer is 3 months at full pay, but that is 3 months at basic pay. So it doesn't include any of your overtime or Saturdays or Sundays. After the first 3 months, then you would receive half of your basic pay. And from 6 months onwards, you are looking at claiming either temporary rehabilitation pay from your employer or social welfare, maybe both, but you're really looking at a drop of income from anywhere between 0 to 35% at that stage. Thankfully, for over 12,000 of your members, they don't really have to worry about this, because if they did get sick or injured and needed to go out for more than the 3 or the 6 months, they are protected up to 75% of their full salary, including all overtime and allowances from the previous year. Now, over the years, the INMO and Corn Market have negotiated additional benefits on your behalf. So those benefits include twice your salary in a death benefit and 25% of your salary in a serious illness benefit. And you also benefit from group purchasing power, which means that we can keep the cost of the scheme relatively low. A huge thing with the INMO income protection scheme is that you get access to a dedicated claims team. Now, I'm sure there's some of you sitting there listening to me today that are thinking, yeah, I've used that, I needed to call on my INMO income protection scheme. And I'm sure you'll agree that having access to that claims team that can deal with your employer and the life company on your behalf is a huge stress reliever when you're going through a claim. Now, two of the biggest questions that I get asked on the ground when I'm meeting nurses is, do I really need to be in the scheme, and does it pay out? Well, since 2016, 96% of all claims have been paid out. Also, if we take last year alone, €4.5 million has been paid out in disability benefit through the INMO income protection scheme. So that amounts to over €90,000 per week in active claims. That, you should have that cover in place. Now let's talk about the brilliant wellness programs that are included with the INMO income protection scheme. So I'm sure a lot of you will remember the Pink and Blue Power, which we launched in 2012. This was a really successful campaign, and over 5,000 of your members booked assessments. Through the campaign, the campaign diagnosed 7 people at early stages. Because of the success of the campaign, we do plan to again at a later date. More recently, we have added a digital doctor service to the INMO income protection scheme, and this means that members and their families will have access to a GP whenever they need it. Most patients receive the advice, reassurance, and where appropriate, the diagnosis that they need through this MyDoc service. Now let's talk about a campaign, which is open to all INMO members. The Let's Talk About It is a mental health collective for INMO members that aims to get nurses and midwives talking about their mental health. Over the next 12 months, this programme will be releasing new webinars, podcasts, articles and events, all produced specifically for INMO members. Our mission is to get nurses talking about their mental health, to create a community of support, to provide access to support and practical advice, and to encourage members to take action to protect their mental health when they need to. So we're going to play a short video now, which will share the story and show you how we got to where we are today.
Hi, Karen here, your president of the Irish Nurses and Midwives Organisation. Today I'm introducing the Mental Health Initiative from Corn Market. Over the past year, nurses and midwives have shown the courage to care in very difficult circumstances, and I acknowledge the commitment and profession behind each and every one of you. This year has been like no other. It has been physically draining, emotionally draining, and mentally draining. And now is the time to talk about mental health.
The Let's Talk About It campaign has a simple purpose, and I think a purpose has to be quite simple in order to be measurable and to be achievable. So it's one, start the conversation amongst nurses and midwives, and two, create a community of support. And what I mean by that is communities are only as strong as the health of their group, and that's the nurses and midwives of Ireland. Every few months we meet with the INMO to review the claims that are coming through under the INMO Income Protection Scheme. And part of that involves looking at the illnesses that members are claiming for. And what we've noticed is a slow but steady increase in mental health claims. Now, that's the members that we get to talk to. There are many more members, your colleagues, who are suffering in silence. Research is the backbone behind this campaign. The INMO did some really comprehensive research. We also commissioned some independent research to really get under the skin of the issue. So the content that we're delivering, it's really tailored to INMO members and addresses their pain points.
We deal with a lot of things that people not in our line of work don't have to deal with.
I get the sense there is a culture. Having been a nurse a long time myself, my family depends on me. You have to be able to cope.
We have the statistics. We know that there's a very high level of psychological distress as a result of what they're going through, but now we have the voices behind that. What was really important about this project as well was that all of the nurses and midwives that were interviewed gave very practical recommendations about things that they needed that would increase their help-seeking behaviour and information that they needed to hear. So one of the most important things about this project was getting the voices from those frontline workers, because this is their lived experience. They know what the barriers to help-seeking are. They also know the type of help that they need.
Every nurse and midwife is an individual, and we all have our own needs, our own wants, our own preferences. And it's important to have a suite of services so that each nurse and midwife can look at that suite and choose what they think is most suitable for them, what resonates best with them.
We were really keen to do this collaborative piece with Corn Market, because our biggest cohort of users, month in, month out, every year, are nurses and midwives. And we're very conscious of the fact that, there's quite a heavy emotional burden to their work. And we want to use every opportunity to, increase access to that cohort of staff. And, we're conscious that sharing resources with yourselves and simplifying access by doing this awareness campaign is going to help nurses and midwives.
Hello and welcome to Communication Skills, Managing Difficult Situations for Nurses.
The mental well-being of nurses and midwives has never been more important. I'm Nora Casey, and I'm really pleased to be hosting a series of positive mental well-being podcasts with the INMO and Corn Market. Let's Talk About It explores mental health issues through real-life testimonies and offers practical and expert help and advice. As a former nurse, I know how stressful it is during normal times, and these are far from normal times. During the past year, nurses and midwives have experienced long hours, uncertainty, for some, extreme and harrowing circumstances. For many, separation from family and friends and all of their usual support structures. Let's Talk About It couldn't be more timely. Please join me.
The simple truth is that we all have mental health. We all need to look after our mental well-being, same as the way that we all need to look after our physical well-being. So there's this saying in therapy, what we resist persists. So the idea there is that if we push away these feelings, the level of distress is going to sit there, it's going to amplify, and we're going to be struggling in silence. I don't think anyone anyone wants that for any of their colleagues, or even, you know, their family or friends. So it's important that we really think about ways which we can bring this conversation to the fore.
There could be a significant increase in awareness and promotion of wellbeing for nurses and midwives in Ireland, highlighting the importance of self-care and self-compassion for everyone. If you got behind this programme, think of the difference that you could make for nurses and midwives in Ireland.
At the moment, when we're coming out of you know, beginning to move in the right direction out of the pandemic, there's a real danger that the priority is going to be on, you know, reviving services, but not reviving the people who are running those services. And in EAP, we are really, really focused on the need to mind the people who've been minding us.
It will not only drive awareness and education, but we've also partnered up with some fantastic support services with the likes of Aware and Zevo. There's tech support, there's going to be different programs available over the next year, so watch this space.
The Executive and I are extremely proud and supportive of this new programme, and we encourage all members to engage as much as possible. It is now time to look after yourselves and your colleagues and to start that conversation. Let's get behind this together.
I hope you all enjoyed the video and are looking forward to the wellness programme as much as we are. So that brings me nicely to the presentation of the Preceptor Award this year, which at Cormarket we are delighted to sponsor. The best thing about this award is that in order to be nominated, you need to have directly inspired and influenced a colleague. I think the award is particularly important this year because, as Maura said in the video, nursing is always stressful, but this year and last year have been particularly hard for nurses. And to think that so many nurses were nominated for this award because they took the time to mentor and guide a student nurse throughout their career truly is amazing. This year, the winner of the award is Rochelle Santos, who comes from the St. John's Renal Ward in the Mater University Hospital. And Rochelle was nominated by Bridget Butler. Bridget Butler spoke very highly of everybody on the ward. But when speaking about Rochelle, she said that Rochelle, her compassion, drive and eagerness to teach me was phenomenal. I looked forward to every shift as I knew she would challenge me, teach me, and ultimately give me the skills to become a confident, competent nurse. Rochelle instilled a love of adult nursing in me and is a wonderful role model on what a preceptor should be, which I will take with me as I progress throughout my career. I want to congratulate Rochelle on this very special award, and I want to wish Bridget the very best of luck in her career. So that brings me to the end of my presentation today. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day and indeed the weekend, and I really do hope that I get to see you all next year face to face. Thank you.
Great, Alison, thank you very much, and thank you,
Alison,
for that lovely presentation as well. And congratulations to Santos, or Rochelle, sorry, I see your name on the screen, but Rochelle, congratulations on your prestigious award. It's a fantastic achievement, and keep doing what you're doing and keep inspiring the future of nursing.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be the recipient of the Preceptor of the Year award from INMO and sponsored by Cormarket. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Ms. Bridget Butler, the nurse intern from UCD, for giving her time and effort to nominate me and recognizing the work of preceptors like me in guiding the nursing students in their learning experiences. The students today are the future of our profession, and as a preceptor, I truly believe that teaching them the knowledge and skills will equip them to have the courage that they need in caring not only for the patients, but of the larger community. So again, thank you so much for this award.
Congratulations, Michelle. Thank you.
So next, the next award that we have is the CJ Coleman Award. Just go ahead.
There's an address from CJ Coleman.
That's great.
Hello, I'm Gillian from CJ Coleman, and I've been privileged with assisting the INMO and its members with their insurance. I think we can all say it's been an extraordinary 2020 that has seeped into 2021 with strained smiles at times, but it has shown how important the health service is, and especially the nurses and midwives working in it. You've shown bravery by providing care, but also leadership in the workplace, which is why we're so proud to sponsor the annual CJ Coleman Research Award, and are committed to being the INMO's preferred insurance broker. Our congratulations to the winner, Niamh Doherty, for her excellent research into atrial fibrillation, a condition which can increase the risk of strokes and other heart-related problems. We'd like to take the time to say thank you for your continued support too. It's an honour to say we back such a strong cohort of people. We wish everyone a safe year, and my own little mantra, be gentle with yourself as well as others.
Great, Catherine. Thank you very much for that. And it's great to see Niamh Doherty, the winner of the CJ Coleman Award, on screen. I just have a little acceptance speech from Niamh just to read out. So to Miss Nihane, all the delegates of the INMO conference, it was a deep regret I cannot be present to thank you all myself for choosing me as the CJ Coleman Award recipient due to work commitments. My research was in an area of great interest to me as a cardiology nurse, as it focused on how wireless mobile phone technology can aid the diagnosis of atrial fibrillation in the community at opportunistic screening events, which is more important than ever now, given the pandemic. Sincere thanks to you all so much for this accolade. So well done, Niamh. And the next award is the Governor O'Connell Award.
Colleagues, it's my pleasure to advise conference that this year we had a very large number of nominations for the Governor O'Connell Award, and that's no surprise considering the work of our nurse representatives and section officers in the workplace during the pandemic. They were to the forefront at all times in ensuring that when the officials of the union, due to public health restrictions, were not given access to workplaces, that they were there and they were your voice. And that is 100% appreciated right across the organisation. And the judging committee this year had a very difficult decision. They have a difficult decision every year, but this year was particularly difficult. And they made a decision that, in fact, they made a decision that they couldn't make a decision between two nominees. Therefore, they have decided to nominate a joint award this year. And I think it's fitting, and I commend the President and the judging committee for this decision. The history of this award, I think, was outlined very well by the Taoiseach when he addressed us yesterday. Governor O'Connell was a member of our team, and she was an advocate for nursing and midwifery throughout her life. She lost her life tragically in a road traffic accident, and we, her colleagues and friends, have from that time onward dedicated this award in her name to those that still embody the spirit of what Governor believed in very firmly, which was that nurses and midwives are good advocates for themselves. We don't need others to advocate on our behalf. We can do that ourselves. And the nominations, and I'm very happy to advise that the joint Governor O'Connell Award winners this year are Miss Eilish Byrne, who was nominated by her colleagues in the Registered Nurse Intellectual Disability section, and Miss Anita Ruddy, who was nominated by her colleagues in the PHN section. And there we have beautiful pictures of both Anita and Eilish holding their token prize. And I think Eilish is in the green room, and she's going to address. I'm not sure if Anita is also available to speak for? Okay, so Eilish, the floor is yours and good to see you.
Good to see you too, and thanks for a great conference. I feel very privileged to join others in receiving this award, and congratulations to Anita as well. Thank you so much for this honour, and a special thank you to the IG section for nominating me. I don't miss much, but they managed to pull this off behind my back. But don't worry, ladies, I'll get you back. But in all seriousness, thank you very much. I'd like to acknowledge my family, my husband Ollie, my 3 children, Sean, Byrne and Una, for their patience and support. I suppose I've been missing in action a little bit over the last couple of years, being on executive, and it was a busy time, but they gave me great support. I've been a member of this organisation for many years, and incidentally, the person who ignited my fire was Mary McCormack, who actually is a previous recipient of this award, and little did I think back then that I would follow in Mary's footsteps and receive the same accolade. So thanks, Mary, for that. As a nurse, I'm very, very passionate about our rights and our entitlements, and they've been addressed greatly in the last 2 days, and our contribution to health and social care. And I'm equally as passionate about the rights of people with an intellectual disability, especially when it comes to their healthcare needs. And I suppose I couldn't achieve or pursue any of those passions without the support and guidance of the management team, both past and present, and all the staff in the INMO, who are always there to lend a hand and ever so courteous and friendly and helpful. This organisation has afforded me the opportunity to represent nurses and given me a voice in intellectual disability. And I suppose we all know that you're kind of nothing without the people around you. I have great colleagues across nursing and many close friends, and I've been influenced by so many of you and continue to be influenced by you. We've had a really, really difficult year. Sorry for getting upset this year. And I'm very proud of all my colleagues at ID and how we rose to that challenge, and to all nurses. And I think that was very well represented today. So I'd like to accept this award on behalf of you all. So thank you.
Eilish, thank you very much. And I just want to remind people that Eilish was also the star when she appeared on the Delegate show, along with her husband Ollie, describing what it was like to have contracted COVID at work as a couple, both of whom are nurses. And Eilish, you represented all of your colleagues on that night, as did Ollie, very well. And we thank you both, and we thank your family for giving you to us for many years, as you said, and well done. You're right, it's a great accolade when your own colleagues nominate you for this award. And Anita has joined us. I think I see you there, Anita. You're welcome.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And again, I just want to say the same. I just feel like I'm at the Oscars here, and I'm being awarded the Best Actress. I want to thank the PHN section that nominated me. You know, they're a great bunch of people to know and to work with, and I've been involved there for a long time. I also want to thank the INMO for choosing me. It's been my absolute privilege to represent the INMO in all the different areas that I've worked over the years. It kind of taught me a lot about myself as much as about the union. I've watched every year as this award has been given to exceptional people for the work that they have done, and now I can't believe I'm one of them. So I'm absolutely thrilled to receive this award, and to say that I may have retired from the HSE, but I have not retired from the INMO, and thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Anita. Good to see you. And just so that delegates will know, in nominating Anita, her colleagues said that one of Anita's much used phrases was, if you want to have your say, you have to get involved. So Anita, I think we all echo that, and thank you very much, and thank you, Eilish, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations to you both, fantastic. So now that brings us to our next speaker, and I am very happy to welcome Clodagh. Clodagh is the CEO of Spiritual Health and is an accredited leader in well-being, life coach and trainer, and she has a huge background history in crisis management and has worked in emergency response and development programs. So I welcome Cumasky to the conference.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very honoured to speak at your 102nd annual conference for Irish nurses and midwives with the powerful and motivating theme of the courage to care on the topic of self-care. For millennia around the world, nurses and midwives have been celebrated and revered because of the amazing work that you do. And in Ireland, in the last 15 months, throughout the course of this pandemic, we have seen the warrior-like work that all of you've done, working on the front line in what has been the World War equivalent of our time. We've seen the sacrifices that you've made. We've seen just the tremendous warrior-like spirit that you have, the commitment to service that you have as you've been looking after people we know, family members, etc., etc. If you want to sustain the levels of care that you've been offering, it's so important that you're looking at your own self-care piece. I'm always reminded in these types of talks of what they say on the airplane about looking after and putting on your own oxygen mask first before you look after other people. People who work in social professions like all of you have a tendency to want to look after other people first. But if you're not looking after yourself, that will impact the your long-term ability to care for others. So if you just bear with me while I get into the PowerPoint here. So one of the things that I've noted from working with healthcare workers and nurses over the last year is the extra burden that all of you have faced because of not just providing for the overwhelming practical needs of people, but also the additional emotional needs that patients have had. Because normal or in previous circumstances, if somebody was in hospital, their family members would be there supporting them, their friends would be visiting them. During the pandemic, because of the need to isolate, people didn't have family members or friends coming in to visit them. So nurses also had to provide not just but for the practical needs, but also for the emotional needs of the people in hospital, as well as communicating messages and giving support to their family members through the phone and all of that. So there's been overwhelming practical care needs and the burden of them, as well as extra emotional needs, as well as coping up with your own challenges that have arisen because of COVID. So my goal is over the next 15 minutes that you get some ideas and ways in which you can relax more, where you can improve your own self-care and where you can get some ideas for reducing the unhealthy stress in your life so that you can boost your well-being. So before we look at ourselves, let's look at the overall context in Irish society. Before COVID, life wasn't perfect. 18.5% of the population had mental health problems, whether that's anxiety or bipolar or schizophrenia or depression or alcohol or drug abuse. In April last year, the British medical journal, The Lancet, they announced that the mental health effects of COVID-19 could exceed the consequences of the epidemic itself. And we're now starting to see that play out. You're experiencing at firsthand the impact of that on yourself, on your colleagues. We all have family and friends. We're seeing the effect on society. And you add that starting point and you add physical distancing, isolation, frontline working, perhaps Mothers, your patients are more stressed. You're handling their family members, as I was mentioning earlier, and just all of the restrictions, the uncertainty that we face throughout the year, and also the uncertainty that we still face around what's happening next. When can we do different things? There's been a lot of rapid change. Change has always been a sure stressor in people's lives. Worry, we've all been worried about different things. There's been a lot of uncertainty. And we've all had our own challenging personal situations. One of the most extraordinary things that I've noted in the last year is just the difference, the uniqueness of people's personal situations and the challenges that everybody has faced. From some people having parents in nursing homes to other people having adult children or grandchildren abroad that they're not able to see. So many different factors affecting different parts of our well-being and adding to our stress. And then more recently, there's concerns around vaccination delays as people working in the healthcare field. All of you know the consequences of people not doing the right thing, them making poor choices around what they do and the restrictions that they follow. And for many of the healthcare workers, I've noted that that's been a huge stress, just watching that, hearing about that. So I suppose my question to you is, how has all this affected you? Okay, so here's some indications. Last July, the INMO published a very telling survey, and in that it said that 4 in 5, or 81%, of all the 7,000 nurses that responded to the survey, nurses and midwives, said that during the pandemic, their mental health was substantially impacted, adversely impacted. So it was either substantially or somewhat impacted over the first phase of the pandemic before July last year. In the same survey, 65% of nurses said that they were experiencing post-viral fatigue. So those that had COVID, and I understand from recent conversations with Karen that many people are still affected by that. I don't have the latest figure, but I understand that many people are still affected by that. More than 1 in 5, or 21% of respondents, reported high levels of depression, compared with 5% before the pandemic. Anxiety has also skyrocketed. Severe anxiety rose 8% to 36%, and severe stress increased from 11% to 46%. Significant levels of burnout, stress, and PTSD are common across pandemics around the world. There was also a staggering rise in mental health problems in the NHS in a survey that was recently published about what has happened since the start of COVID-19. And in that, they alerted that problems for NHS staff, mental health problems from NHS staff, quadrupled in the first wave of COVID-19. Informally, as I've been speaking to different people around the different lockdowns, we've had 3 full lockdowns. Many people have said that the third one, which we haven't fully understood the consequences of yet, was actually the most difficult for people. It was during winter, less daylight, and I suppose it had just gone on a long time. So it's been a very tiring, taxing year for everybody, and more so for those of you who've been on the front line than across society. So what's the context today? So I've been working with people throughout the year, and one of the things that I've noticed is that, yes, a lot of people say that their situation deteriorated, but if you asked people what types of problems they were experiencing, most of them acknowledged that they were problems that the signs of those problems, the roots of the problems were there before, but because they were busy with life, they didn't really notice the severity of a problem. But if there was any hidden cracks in your life before COVID, there was no place to hide when it happened, because we were all spending more time alone. We were more, averagely, we're spending more time at home. So we'd more time to think, to look at our own situation. I know that many of you would have been very busy with homeschooling and whatever, but still a lot of the stuff that we normally did socially, not doing that, created time and space for self-reflection, which in some cases led to more stress for people. At an aggregate level, 60% of people say their mental health deteriorated over the last year. This information came out from a study in February, and only 4% of people say that their mental health improved. So clear negative bias in what happened to people. And that same trend was reflected in other situations in terms of diet or anxiety levels or other lifestyle habits. You know, some people would have exercised more and lost weight. Some people cooked better because they had more possibility to cook from scratch. But overall, more of us have put on a bit of weight. More of us have maybe gone for the less healthy options. Hotlines have been busier, all of those different lines, telephone lines that support people with problems or address abuse issues, they've been much busier. Domestic abuse has been up, sadly. Anxiety overall is up. And it's well known and well documented that people who do shift work, when people do shift work, they're more inclined to rely on negative coping resources. They need to actually be more disciplined to address and to minimize the negative tendencies or habits that they might have. And over the course of the last year, that type of thing would have been more hard, more difficult for people. So although these are generalities, the general trends, everybody's situation is unique. So just think for yourself, think now, or maybe even take a little bit of time after today if you haven't already done this. What about yourself? What's improved, or what areas of life are more stressful? We have different areas of our life, physically, mentally, emotionally, socially. We have different areas of well-being, financial well-being. And depending on how we live, what habits we have, each of those areas can either be sources of stress or they can be sources of strength for us. Nurses are caring by nature. And it was also shown in many studies that nurses were more burnt out by COVID than doctors. Yeah. So really, it's important for all of you to understand that COVID has affected you and your colleagues more than it has impacted other different groups in society. So as a result, there's more of a need, or there's a critical need for all of you to self-care so that you can continue to care in the courageous way that you have done for others, if that's what you choose to do. So resilience. Resilience is defined as an ability to recover from or adjust easily to misfortune or change, or simply the ability to bounce back after difficulties. And some people are born resilient, or maybe it's something they learn early in life, and some people learn it later in life. But the important thing to note is that it's a skill that everybody can learn. When difficulties come in life, generally we will follow one of three paths. Sometimes we can be bitter, and what that means is we say that's not fair, or we feel, why me? We can go down the road of broken, this is too much, I won't get through this, I can't handle this. Or we can choose better. And better happens when we choose to learn from situations. Doesn't mean necessarily that we have a bigger bank account. It could be that we're just better able, we're more skilled to handle adversity. We're more compassionate, we're kinder, we're stronger. And the key factors in being resilient are the concepts of adaptability and being responsive. And nursing professions demonstrate both of them in abundance. So maybe many of you will remember the Darwin quote, "It's not the strongest of the species or the most intelligent that survives, but it's the one that is most adaptable to change." So the more resilient one, if we want to boost our resilience, it's important that we build our adaptability, that we're responsive in situations. Learning is implied in both. And when learning happens, we become better. We become better in some way. So we spoke earlier about how so many people are more stressed. In life, there's 3 broad types of stress. I'm speaking in lay people's terms. So the first type of stress is a positive, healthy stress. That's the kind of stress that enables us to grow, be, and do better. So some of this stress we choose and some of it chooses us. So if you decide to learn anything or to take on any new responsibility, that will involve some type of stress. Growth always involves stress. So whether that's getting a mortgage or getting married or having children or learning a language or running a marathon or writing a book, there'll be stress involved in any of them, but you'll feel good or better about yourself in the aftermath. Equally, COVID was a stress that we didn't choose, but those of us, so those of you, all of us that are growing from it, is converting that into some kind of a positive stress. We're better equipped to handle life, to handle the realities of today through it. The second type of stress is what I would call self-inflicted toxic stress. It's an unhealthy stress, and it's a stress that we as individuals generate through our actions, our habits, or our thoughts. So if I'm thinking negatively a lot, that will generate a certain amount of stress. If I'm not drinking enough water, or I'm drinking too much alcohol or coffee, or not eating well or not sleeping well, that will also generate negative stress. The third type of stress is also an unhealthy stress, and that's the stress that I generate or that I get through what I consume. So watching too much news, or listening to gossip, or listening to stories or conversations that stress me out more than what I need to. We can only handle so much stress. So if I am generating or consuming a lot of unhealthy stress, I've less space to handle the good stuff. In sports science, we have a concept called the growth equation for peak performance, and this applies to the body, but equally it could apply to the mind. When you're building muscles and you go to the gym, what happens is you pump weights, or if you're running a marathon, you go running. What happens is when you put pressure on the muscles, initially they break, and then they grow back together and they grow back stronger. If we don't take breaks, what happens is the muscles don't actually get to become stronger. So equally, the same thing applies to the mind. It's when we take breaks that we learn from situations and the mind becomes stronger. But if we don't take breaks, what happens is we get burnt out. And so many people in modern life are operating on a low or even a medium or a higher grade of burnout. And what burnout does is that it erodes your potential. So before you might be able to do X units of productivity a day in a certain amount of time, when you're burnt out, you can achieve much less in that time. So if we want to be able to provide care consistently, it's imperative that all of you take good care and get enough rest for yourself. So one way in which you can do that is by doing this simple practice, which will take around a minute. And it's a practice in which you can clear your mind and give yourself that rest so that you can grow and be and do your best in life consistently. So this practice, I invite all of you to just sit in your chair as you are and close your eyes and put one hand on your stomach and one on your chest. And initially, I want you to just focus on the feeling of your tummy rising and falling as you breathe in and out. And if your mind is still busy, and by that I mean if it's thinking what happened earlier or what's coming next or analyzing, I want you to give it a job. And the job that you're going to give your mind is to say in your mind as you breathe in, I am breathing in. And as you breathe out, I am breathing out. So all the time, just breathing in and out according to the natural rhythm of your breath. Keeping your eyes closed. And if your mind wanders, no problem. As soon as you notice that it's going somewhere else, just bring it back to focusing on the feeling of your tummy rising and falling and to doing that job that you gave it. And the job was to say in your mind as you breathe in, I am breathing in. And as you breathe out, I am breathing out. So this simple practice has many benefits. What it does is it closes all the open files in your head. And when you close the open files, that's the equivalent of you recharging your battery in the same way that when you plug the phone in, the battery starts to recharge. It's also a workout for your mind, and it makes it strong, balanced, and flexible in the same way that you go to the gym. When we do this simple breathing practice, like a meditation or a relaxation practice, you're making your mind strong, balanced, and flexible. It's also training you to focus. And when you focus, you can be more productive. You can get things done quicker and more effectively. If you had a table with 20 files open on it with many problems, with many of them problems, would you be able to do your work effectively? Would you be able to write an article easily if 20 other files were open? The answer is no, but that's what happens with most of us with our minds. What we do is we have yesterday's problems, last week's problems, last month's problems very often open. So this simple practice of enabling you to close the files in your head is very powerful and can enable you to bring a clear, fresh perspective to whatever it is you're doing. This next slide is just a mini user manual for your mind. Your mind is the building block, or rather your thoughts are the building blocks of your life. Thought, word, action, habit, character, destiny. The great thing about our thoughts is that we can change them. And when we learn to focus through learning or practicing mindfulness or relaxation practices, we can change our thoughts, and as a result, we can change our destiny. The average person has 50 to 70,000 thoughts per day. That's 2,000 to 3,000 thoughts an hour awake and asleep. They say that 90% of the thoughts that we have today, we had yesterday. Science tells us also that if I think 3 positive thoughts and 1 negative thought, my mood will be okay. If I want to feel really good about myself, they say 5 to 1 is thriving. 3 to 1 is, in Ireland, we say, how are you? I'm not too bad. 4 to 1 is somewhere between both. There's a Harvard study and it says that the average person is present 52% of the time. Imagine how much more we could all be, do, and achieve if we could be more present more of the time. Another thing to note about the mind is that when we fight things in our mind, we generate stress in the body. Happiness comes from a calm, from a focused mind, from a steady mind. Stress, depression, anxiety comes when a mind is distracted, problem bouncing. They say anxiety comes from an unhealthy focus on the future, and depression comes from focusing in an unhealthy way on the past. So joy, happiness, being productive, all of those things happen when we live in the present moment. And remember that a diamond is just a piece of carbon that handles stress very well. So just before we conclude, I invite you to think of 2 things that you've gotten from the presentation today, and think of 1 positive change that you're going to implement and 1 stress that you're going to reduce in your life. It could be that you're going to have a little bit more relaxation in your life and think less negatively around certain areas. Small changes really do bring big results. A 1% improvement in any area of your life, if applied consistently over a year, will lead to a 3,800% improvement if it's done every day over the course of a year. So small changes really do bring big results over time. So thank you. If you have any questions for me, please ask now, or feel free to email me at another point. It's been a real pleasure. I'm a huge admirer of all of the incredible work all of you have been doing over the last year. And I hope you understand how important it is for you to look after yourself so that you can continue to have the courage to care, and that you can continue to grow and realize your potential and be fulfilled, happy people. So thank you again, and wish you the best of luck for the rest of this event and in the future. I look forward to your questions.
That's great, Claude. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that fantastic presentation. And there's so many points I think we could all do with taking home. I appreciate your time and your bespoke presentation for us on this conference day. I think we have 1 or 2 questions in the chat, and we'll get them put to you now. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, everybody. Okay, that's great to hear. Thank you so much. I'll pass that on.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Clodagh.
That's great.
My pleasure. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. So before we move on to the next point of the CLAR, I'm just going to hand over to the General Secretary for the next point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam President. We're so relaxed now. It's going to be difficult to get the energy levels up. Thank you, Clodagh. Delegates and